I didn't. She had a little flag, so it must. Go ahead. Thank you. If you could all please take your seat, we're about to begin the meeting. A few public service announcements before we start. For an emergency, please note the exits on either side of the chambers and proceed down the stairs. The bathrooms are located at the door to my left, women's room to the right, men's room is to the left. We allow 30 minutes for public speaking. If you have not done so, please sign up at the podium. After last night's unfortunate incident, I have requested that the Laws and Rules Committee consider some proposals moving forward to hopefully avoid another similar situation to the one we all experienced in June. Pending those deliberations and discussion by the committee and with the public, the council as a whole, I've made a decision not to allow Zoom public comment for tonight. If you would like to address us, it must be in person or through written comments. Please note that the council has rules of decorum for our meetings, including the public speaking portion. We ask that respect be shown to all, whether they serve on the council, on the staff, or are here as public members. As noted on the signage when you walked into City Hall and through the doors of chambers, we do not allow weapons of any sort. We do not allow signs or flags mounted on wood, metal, or similar material, or signs larger than 19 by 24. If we see those, I will ask one of the officers to have those removed. This will help guarantee that we follow the open meeting law. If you do have a sign, please do not raise it above, because then you're blocking people's views, which would be in violation of open meeting law. Not only are we here tonight to listen to the voices of the public, but we are also here to run government proceedings. To best serve us all, we cannot have any distractions. When a speaker is addressing the council, there could be no disruptions permitted, no clapping, no snapping, no booing. This includes talking over, yelling, and clapping and snapping. When this body proceeds with the day's business, we also need to have no disruptions. As per Open Meeting Law, Section 103, interruption of a speaker or government proceedings will not be tolerated. After one warning, anyone interrupting a speaker or the proceedings of today's meeting will be asked to leave the chambers. I'm now calling this Common Council meeting to order at 7:48 p.m. on July 2nd, 2024. If you're able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for a moment of silence. Thank you. You may be seated. May I please have roll call?
Alderman Pasty.
Here.
Alderman Tierney.
Here.
Alderman Scott Childress.
Here.
Alderman Edwards.
Here.
Alderman Mickens.
Here.
Alderman Dennison.
Here.
Alderman Andrews.
Here.
Alderman Shabbat.
Here.
Alderman Hirsch.
Here. We have a quorum. Can I have a motion to dispense with the minutes of the
Motion.
previous meeting and approve same? Motion by Steve Shabbat, second by Michelle Hirsch. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is adopted 9-0. Can I have a motion to dispense with the reading of the general bills? Motion by Rennie Scott Childress,
Second.
second by Steve Shabbat. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is adopted 9-0. As council members, we get the opportunity to meet folks from throughout the city and from all walks of life. Throughout our service on the council, we meet community members who generally move us with their kindness and efforts to improve our community. Tonight, we recognize and honor a person that has gone above and beyond to serve and help others with the Common Council Community Award. We are delighted to present Mr. Joe McDowell, and with the award this month. He was selected by Alderman Rennie Scott Childress, and at this time, I invite Mr. McDowell up to join Alderman Scott Childress at the front of the railing.
Come on up, Joe. Stand right there. Stand right there while I embarrass you. First, I want to note, Joe McDowell is dedicated to our children and our future. I cannot think of a citizen who better encapsulates the concept of community service. Joe puts himself into this community every day and thinks of new ways all the time to be involved. He is the current chair of our Parks and Recreation Commission, one of the city's most important boards. He's on the Ulster County Youth Department Board. He's on the Family Court Child Court Advisory Board. He's rehabilitated multiple homes here in the city of Kingston, particularly on Henry Street, as a sign of his dedication to a part of town that sometimes is overlooked, and to demonstrate that everywhere in Kingston is worthy of our attention. He works with youth in numerous capacities. When he's rehabbing houses, he's often bringing children in, kids, rather young people, to learn the trade, to learn how to do the work. He's a teacher, and he's incredibly empathetic. I know Joe best of all as the co-chair of the Kingston Housing Authority. I've seen his dedication to the people who live there and his constant work to make sure that the facilities are safe and affordable. We're in the process right now of engaging multiple companies to rehabilitate many of the units there and to build many more units as well. Joe's expertise working in construction has been absolutely invaluable in working to create a wonderful place for our residents to live. So it's with great honor that I bestow to Joe this fabulous award. Frame not included. So.
First of all, I get right to my mouth.
Right, your- yeah, okay.
Rennie and I go through this all the time. So first of all, give thanks and honor to God who helped me get this far in my journey. Thank you, Common Council, for all that we've done and to give me this opportunity to receive this award. My journey started in Kingston in 1989. I was only 18 years old, going to Ulster County Community College, and never knew anything about Kingston. You know, I was told you're going upstate to play football in their first football team at Ulster County Community College. I'm like, where is Ulster? What is Kingston coming from south? You know, in the city area, Rockland County area, you never heard of it. So came up here. It's kind of hard, you know. And if you all know, Skytop was famous at one time in Kingston. Not for a lot of good things. But and as a football player at the college, you know, we went through a lot of things, ups and downs. But some have gone, some are still here, and I was one of the ones that everybody thought, and within that group, that wouldn't be successful and make it. But persevered through a lot of things. And one of the first persons who I met at the college was Coach Eddie Parker. Great man, great individual, a person who believed in demonstrating how to become a man, how to become successful, work hard ethics. And also another man, Robin Dassey, who we all know, great mentor. These men are great mentors to me. Ray Rutland in the back also, another mentor to me, who taught me how to be a great man and a better man. I'm a work in progress every day. And we have to work hard together to be successful. And another thing I must say, a team is a community. And I know I'm receiving an award about community, but honestly, the community starts within. You have to work hard within yourself to be successful. Help people, don't hurt people. Reach out and touch somebody. When somebody's down, you pick them up. Don't let them go down or her go down. Help each other out. Say kind words. What's wrong with saying thank you? What's wrong with saying have a good day? What's wrong with saying I could do anything I will do to help you become successful? Because the person that you think that you might shun, that's the person that at the end of the day that will persevere and become successful. You never know who you meet going up. But when you go up, make sure you bring that person up with you, because anything that goes up has to come down. And sometimes you might not want to come down. In many ways, you might have to. But on your way down, the same people that you might have hurt going up, trust me, those are the same people that you're going to see going down. And those people might be your pillow at the end of the day. Keep God in your life. Be successful. Work hard. And you can make it. We all can make it in here. We have signs. We have everything. You know what? If we work together as a team and not argue, not bicker, come to one accord, and that's at one, we can all be all right. We speak peace. Be graceful. Walk with a humble heart and a great spirit. It's not hard to do this, but you put your differences aside and come together collectively, guess what? A lot of things will change. Believe me, it will change. What you see right here, I was one of them. I've changed. And I helped everybody. I don't care who it is. I will do whatever I can do to help anybody out. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you have a humble heart and a great spirit. And you don't have to be rich, but as long as you rich your heart, that makes a big difference. To the church family, Riverview Baptist Church, thank you for giving me the opportunity to help out at the church also. Pastor Edwards, Skylar, I'm sorry. Her husband had to check me, and you know what? When you get checked, you have to say, you're right. And you know what? I'm not going to apologize. I'm going to fix it. Fix it. That's what you have to do. Fix it. Don't apologize. Fix it. Fix the problem. And that's a short example of how you do things. You fix it. Pastor Skylar. And my wife. I know there's days when I'm not there, and you know I'm at all the time. You know I'm working all the time. And she's a great person, and I do wear pants, but she has a belt on my pants to hold me up. And thanks for holding me up, sticking by my side, being a true friend, a person who I could lean on during the good days, the bad days. And I can't thank you enough for sticking by me. And I really appreciate it and honor you for that as well. And I'll keep that to my heart. And for you all here, please speak peace, speak joy, be successful, help each other out. Don't hurt. It's not going to get you in by hurting. We know what's right. We know what's wrong. We know when we see some things that's wrong. But you know what, though? My bottom line is this: peace, humble, love, and joy. The world didn't give it to you, and the world can't take it away. Keep your joy. Thank God, and thank you all for everything.
As Rennie walks back, if people leave throughout the meeting, if you could be quiet walking down, because it does carry quite a bit during up the staircase. So we would appreciate that so we could continue to hear everything happening in here. We're now entering into the public speaking portion of the meeting. We have allotted 30 minutes for this purpose. Speakers will have 3 minutes. Please be aware that I will give a verbal 30-second warning. If there are remaining speakers after 30 minutes, which I'm predicting tonight, I will call for a motion from the council to extend the period for another 30 minutes. Speakers, you must direct your comments to the chair as council members cannot engage in debate during this time. Please state your name and address on the record before you begin. There could be no distractions from the audience in chambers when a speaker addresses the council. The Common Council has also received written comments for our consideration, and they could be found on the city's website under tonight's agenda. May I have the first speaker, please?
Harv Hilowitz.
We'll just have to test the microphone because it may not be on. There's a button there and just hold it down until it turns green. And then when you come up to speak, just talk right into the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. My name is Harv Hilowitz, 390 Aaron Court. And I appreciate that you're going to be talking about this resolution today. I have a couple of questions for the Common Council. The first is, why was the January Common Council resolution for a ceasefire in Gaza tabled? I think it was tabled because it was seen as having no bearing whatsoever, no standing anywhere. And it was a futile attempt to push some sort of an agenda of outsiders into the Common Council. Second question, why are there now 3 or 4 competing resolutions? I think the answer is because it's a very complex question and issue way past the purview of the Common Council of Kingston. And third question, why does the United States not talk directly to Hamas when the US, the Biden administration, keeps having different versions of ceasefires? How come we don't talk directly to Hamas? Well, the reason is because Hamas is a terrorist organization. It's realized as a terrorist organization by the United States, by the EU, by the United Nations. We just said the Pledge of Allegiance, and I hope that the people on the Common Council realize that the forces allied against the United States, which we just pledged, have their daggers out against not only Israel, but against the United States. These are the forces of Iran who are pushing the Houthis in Yemen against us, who shoot rockets against our Navy, the Hezbollah in Lebanon, which is aiming to destroy Israel, just as this ceasefire is being discussed. The Al-Quds force, the militia from Iraq that's being pushed by Iran, all these forces, they are also enemies of the United States. And I have another question. Are the people of Gaza better off today than they were on October 6th, the day before the horrible pogrom, the day before the attack
30 seconds.
on Israel? A real ceasefire that the Common Council should decide on has 3 points. Return of all the hostages immediately and the bodies of those murdered by Hamas. End all terrorism and acts of aggression against Israel. And then the third is that Israel will then pull out of Gaza. I hope that the Common Council defeats this resolution as having
Your time is
absolutely
up.
no
Thank you.
standing.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Joel Mandelbaum.
Yeah, hi, members of the Common Council. Thank you for letting us speak. My name is Joel Mandelbaum of 269 Richmond Parkway, Kingston, New York. I have been a family physician who practiced in the city of Kingston for 45 years, and I've been a member of this community for 46 years. If you must pass a resolution, this current resolution is not as egregious as the first one, but it is not as benign as the original one, as the next one that Alderman Childress presented to the Common Council on to the Rules Committee on June 20th. To get to the resolution itself, the last whereas states that one of the purposes of this resolution is to ease the pain and the division in this community through this statement of shared understanding. I think anybody who has been at these meetings for the last several months knows that this has only led to increased division, divisiveness, and a sense of marginalization by many members of this community. Certainly members of this community that have contributed greatly to Kingston. Passing this resolution will only make this division and divisiveness worse. I can see only two reasons to vote for this resolution. One, if you honestly feel in your heart that this is the best thing for our community, that it will bring us together, and that it will have a significant effect on what is going on in the Mideast. I gave my comments about how I feel this affects the coherence of the community. I can understand this, but I do not agree with voting for it. The other reason to vote for this resolution is you feel you have to do something because of ongoing pressure that has been put on you. It's not as good a reason, but I certainly sympathize with you, and I would not want to be in your shoes at this time dealing with this. Statements about international politics are not the business of the town council and can only lead to division and divisiveness as they assume that everybody in the community will jump on a bandwagon and support it. We are all for peace. We are all for an end to violence. I suggest so that you vote this resolution down and start on a resolution to prevent this type of
30
resolution from
seconds.
coming up in the future. There are far better uses of your time. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Howard Vikinski.
Thank you. I'm Howard Vichinsky. I'm the president of Congregation Agudas Achim, 254 Lucas Avenue. Our congregation has been in Kingston since 1864. We appreciate you changing somewhat the resolution that was first proposed. It's much more even-handed now. But I don't quite understand the involvement of the Kingston Common Council in the foreign affairs of other countries, as I said. If you condemn Russia going into Ukraine, if you condemn, the council had a resolution condemning China's takeover of Tibet, if you condemned what is going on in the Sudan, if you condemn Nigeria and the Congo, and so many other conflicts in the world, I would have to guess, well, that's what the council, the Common Council of Kingston does. They condemn injustices as they see it in the world. But the fact that you're choosing to pick out the one Jewish nation that has been brutally attacked and is defending itself to an enemy that has vowed to do this over and over again, an enemy that is, as was said, a terrorist organization recognized by everyone, who has been offered ceasefires several times and has refused. The fact that you've picked this particular place and time feels very pointed at us. My congregation feels pointed out. Why us? Why not everybody else? We have a history that makes us suspicious and fearful. I'm sorry, I know it's not, I feel it's not your intention, but there are people who do not want us to succeed, do not want Israel to exist. And that's what this is about. And by you passing this resolution or something like it, you are playing into those
30
hands.
seconds.
If that is your feeling, I guess that's what you're going to do. But I hope you don't. I hope you realize that what has to be done to prevent further violence is being done, and it's not our business to butt in. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Pamela Sherman.
Good evening. My name is Pamela Sherman Goodlife. I've been a happy resident of Kingston, New York for the last 16 years, and I'm glad to be able to address the issue at hand to this esteemed panel, and in particular to Sarah Pasti, my alderman in Ward 1, who has patiently listened to my ramblings over this issue. I am a retired English teacher, retired in 2022 at the age of 80. My strength is English grammar. To save time, I will dwell on paragraph number 12, which appears on the second page of the work of the resolution. It says, "Be it further resolved that the city of Kingston calls upon our leaders in Albany and Washington to end unrestricted offensive military funding." What is the subject of this sentence? The city of Kingston is the subject. What is the verb? The whole predicate is calls upon our leaders in Albany and Washington to end unrestricted offensive military funding. So let's look at the subject. The city of Kingston is made up of many types of people: Democrat, Republican, Christian, Jew, Muslims, and others. My question is as follows. Why would the city of Kingston, with all of its diverse citizens, be asking to end unrestricted offensive military funding by, it is assumed, both Hamas and Israel? On October 7th, 2023, an unprovoked, murderous, and heinous attack without precedent in the civilized world today occurred against Israel. It was an offensive act, and it was funded by Iran. In addition, no less than 5 treaties have been signed with Hamas and the Palestinian people over the last few years. And all of those treaties were broken by Hamas before the ink was dry on the signatures. They began hurling rockets at Jewish children's playgrounds, at schools, hospitals, and Jewish settlements. In addition, Hamas has written a charter that clearly states that they intend to do the same thing to Israel if another treaty is signed. What does it take to believe what they say?
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Oh, as for Israel, there is no offensive military action
Your time is up.
going on.
You have to stop.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh.
Next speaker, please.
Marvin Warren.
My name is Marvin Warren of 250 DeWitt Mills Road in Hurley. Clearly, I'm not a Kingston resident, but I'm speaking in favor of good cause eviction tonight. I believe my story is relevant because I was in the neighboring town of Saugerties when about 2 years ago, I was unceremoniously evicted from the small cabin I was living in order that the owner would be able to turn it into an Airbnb, like so many other people in the community. So I'm speaking on their behalf, anyone who could not be here tonight who is in that situation, however many hundreds or thousands had to face a similar condition. Good cause eviction could have saved me. I was in a month-to-month lease. I was a model tenant caring for and improving the property that I was living in. And the only reason that I was evicted was so that the woman could make more money through Airbnb. I lived through 6 months of housing instability and was literally on the eve of being homeless when a couple of friends in Hurley took me in. And I've been able to live there for the last year and a half, thankfully. No one should have to go through that. No one should have to be on the streets. You have an opportunity tonight to prevent that. That's all I have to say on that matter, but I also want to say that I am a Jewish member of the community from an Orthodox family, grew up in the Hudson Valley, and I am unequivocally in favor of a ceasefire in Israel. The purpose of the resolution, and let's just be real, it's a little bit late. The purpose was to push Albany and Washington to move legislation forward to defund the war machine in Israel. And kind of seems like that ship has sailed, but the very least we can do is stand in solidarity with the people who are suffering at the behest of our government, who are the targets of our rockets. That's all. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please.
Susan Mack.
I'm Susan Mack, 205.
Can you talk into the microphone, please?
Susan Mack,
Thank you.
205 Van Cleek Lane, Kingston. I heard at these meetings that many council members feel they have a mandate from the constituents to vote on this issue. First, I question this data. We do not know the portion of people in this who have been in this room who are residents, taxpayers, or voters in Kingston, nor do we know if this is a representative sample. Regarding taxes, not one single dime of municipal taxes goes to the federal government. Money flows from the federal government to municipalities. Regarding the specific resolutions on the issue of supporting a ceasefire, the U.S. has been working toward a ceasefire since Hamas broke the ceasefire on October 7th. The resolution on this point is meaningless. Regarding military funding, the U.S. has never provided unrestricted military funding of any kind to any nation. The resolution on this point is meaningless. Regarding the horrific suffering of the Gazans, it is no secret that Hamas hoards food and supplies in air-conditioned tunnels under schools and arms under air-conditioned tunnels under schools, hospitals, and residences, but has built no shelters for their citizens. A split-second Google search will show sources, government and non-government sources, left-wing and right-wing sources, showing that Hamas's leaders all live abroad and own billions with a B of dollars of real estate. Hamas leader Haniyeh commented on the loss of civilian life in Gaza by saying, and I quote, "The blood of the women, children, and elderly, we are the ones who need this blood, so it awakens within us the revolutionary spirit." Again, I encourage you to Google these things. Regarding wars and suffering, I am appalled at the callousness of the selective inattention shown by the council in this instance, while considering involvement in international affairs and disregarding other conflicts. Again, not a dime of our municipal taxes goes to the federal government, but we do not fill our gas tanks or heat our homes without funding the Saudis. The Saudi intervention in Yemen and Sudan has caused historic humanitarian crises, displacing and starving millions. While every single life lost
30
in war
seconds.
is tragic, the order of magnitude of the crisis in the Sudan is orders of magnitude larger than that of Gaza, and yet there is silence from many in this room regarding that suffering. Lastly, this resolution is not, as it claims to be, a statement of shared understanding. On the contrary, it is divisive and damaging to the community. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, please.
Rachel Gans. And Rachel, we'll need your address, please.
Hello, my name is Rachel Gans. I live in the city of, or the Kingston City School District. My children have gone to school here. I know many of you from working in community organizations together, working for people that are unhoused, people with housing insecurity. I am also the child of a Holocaust survivor and the grandchild of a Holocaust survivor. And I am here because people stopped that genocide. It is our moral imperative to stop this genocide with every aspect and tactic and anything we can do. And yes, there are other wars, other genocides, and we need to work tirelessly to stop that, as we need to work to house everyone that has been evicted and displaced from Kingston and Ulster County. We need them back, right? And we need to do a lot of things. The resolution that Terrell introduced was that was supported by multiple council members, alders, is very strong, very well written, very good. The current one is very good and needs to be passed. And we also need to pass good cause eviction and include the most number of people, to protect the most number of vulnerable people from getting evicted. These are connected issues. These are all of our issues. We are all together here, right? In this world, in this community. And so I urge you to pass good cause eviction for projects, including everything over one unit, and also to absolutely pass the ceasefire resolution. It is vitally important for all of us. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Shay Kessler.
Hi, I'm Shay Kessler. I'm in Ward 1 at 87B Fairmont. I'm here, I stand in solidarity with the folks for ceasefire, but I'm here to speak on behalf of good cause eviction. I happen to be a SUNY New Paltz graduate student. I am an adult health home care manager for folks who are in the system, and I am a renter. I want everybody to take a second and think about what it means to be able to go home at the end of the day. I want everyone to think about what home feels like for some of the folks where it's a luxury. And the bottom line is not everybody gets to have that luxury or security. And the importance of good cause eviction is to give people security when there is a lack of security in our system. I'm working with adults with mental health diagnoses who are just some of the most incredible people. And I happen to see how much they struggle, and I happen to see how hard they work. So when it boils down to how much people make, how much they make per hour, it has nothing to do with how hard they're working, because I see people working hard. It is solely to do with a system that is designed to allow them to fail. And the importance of having protections in place to keep themselves safe, to allow them to have the capacity to be able to have self-fulfillment and work on themselves, is something that everybody deserves to have. Because at the end of the day, everybody deserves to be housed, everybody deserves to feel safe, and it is important that we have these protections. So I urge council to take a look at good cause eviction and understand the importance of something that not everybody gets to experience, but a lot of people struggle more than they're willing to let on. It is also very apparent that even with protections, that there are some folks with, even with the laws, that some folks are still retaliated against just for speaking to the landlords about just everyday conditions that exist in their properties. So I urge Common Council to please consider the people who don't get to go to a safe place at night, the people who are looking to just work, the people who are looking to basically exist as human beings. And
30 seconds.
it is uncoincidental that the Supreme Court just ruled that homelessness is something to be criminalized. So to be evicted for trying to feed yourself and feed your family, to get yourself on the street, to then find yourself in a prison cell should not be the American dream. Thank you.
Yes. Just a reminder to keep your signs down on your lap right in front of me so that you're not blocking anybody. Yeah, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark Grunblatt.
Hi, I'm Mark Grunblatt. I live at 101 Clifton Avenue in Kingston. I'd like to thank the council for its work in revising this resolution. Something went very wrong with your earlier deliberations on this issue. Denunciations invite denunciations and can inflame hatred. We heard that hate in this chamber last month, and I am ashamed that my city was targeted and that we opened a space for that kind of hate here. My congregation, Congregation Emmanuel, has thrived in Kingston for 170 years. In my 5 decades here, only this debate has led to a hate crime at my synagogue. I find it difficult to comprehend. And so, Oseh Shalom Bimramav, Hu Yaseh Shalom Aleinu, V'al Kol Yisrael. V'al kol bnei Adam, v'imru, amen. That's the last stanza of the Jewish prayer for the dead, the Kaddish Yatom. It translates as, O source of peace on high, may you make peace for us, for all Israel, for all who dwell on earth, and let us say, Amen. Thank you. To my neighbors, I say, if we want to see peace, we must be peace. I pray that this resolution will let Kingston stand as a living example of peace and tolerance, and in our own small way, show warring factions that there is a better way forward. I recognize that this is not a perfect resolution from my point of view, but it is so much improved. And I think it's an example of politics in action. You don't get perfection. You get something everyone, I hope, can live with. And to those across
30
the
seconds.
ocean and in this land, I say, if you want peace, you have to make peace. It's not enough to just say. You have to do as best you can. And I feel that you probably have done the best you can. So I stand in favor of this resolution number 117. And I thank you for your efforts to pull our city together, because the earlier discussion of these
Thank you.
issues
Your time is
has
up.
ripped us apart.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council members, it's been 30 minutes. Can I get a motion to extend? Motion by Michael Tierney, second by Drew Andrews. All in favor? Anyone opposed? We have another 30 minutes on the clock. Can I have the next speaker, please?
Roger Green.
Thank you. Roger Green.
If you could speak a little, move the mic up a little bit so we could hear you.
Is this okay?
Yes, thank you.
I want to start by praising the wisdom of several council members who expressed doubt at the last meeting. Doubt is a sign of wisdom. Everyone here is good. You're good. We all pray for a pluralistic society where we all live together in harmony. But let's explore why many brave Muslim, Christian, and Druze Palestinians are risking their very lives speaking out in support of Israel. These courageous Palestinians support Israel because they know groups like Hamas and Islamic Jihad better than we do. They know that Hamas is blatantly genocidal, oppressive, homophobic, violent, and sadistic. They know that extremists like Hamas and Islamic Jihad are the root causes of the death and suffering in Gaza. They know that Hamas has the power to stop it all tonight by unconditionally surrendering and giving up the hostages. I want to clear up a couple of misconceptions. Many people think of Jews as foreign colonizers in Israel. But Jews are indigenous not only to the Middle East, but to the land of Israel. Not just 3,000 years ago, 100 years ago, 200 years ago, continuously. There were hundreds of years when Muslims, Jews, Christians, Druze, and everyone lived together harmoniously. And there were also hundreds of years when many Middle Eastern indigenous Jews lived as minorities, subject to systemic oppression with occasional massacres by their neighbors. We won't go into the Farhud. I won't give you the list of all the massacres in the 1900s, the 1800s, long before there was an Israel. But for balance, there were also times in history when Jews had power, and some did act cruelly and unjustly. People are people, and this is a truly complex situation. In the last 80 years, another important fact, in the last 80 years, at least 850,000 to 1 million Jews were forced to flee parts of the Middle East where they had lived for centuries, such as Iraq, Syria, and Yemen. They fled to escape oppression and violence. Most of the descendants of those forced to flee are now Israelis fighting for their lives. I do not value the life of a Jew more than that of a Christian, Muslim, Baha'i, Hindu, Sikh, or atheist. Yet my people are under attack, again, and I refuse to ignore that. Protests against Israel and resolutions like the one we're considering give Hamas support to keep the war going. I believe that if we pass this resolution and continue protests against Israel, future generations will be ashamed of us.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Please remember to say your name and address for the record. Thank you.
David Gold.
David Gold.
My name is David Gold. I live in Woodstock, New York for many years. And I want to thank the council for the work they did to moderate this resolution. However, no resolution can be passed. You can't pass a resolution for a ceasefire or putting down of weapons when one side has said we will not adhere to it. That if there's a ceasefire, we will not keep it, we're going to keep attacking. These are people who started a horrendous war and hide among their own people. And a ceasefire is, calling for a ceasefire is a waste of time. Also, this council has no business telling people in the Mideast what they should be doing. This is Kingston, New York, and Kingston, New York has its own challenges without worrying about the Mideast. So thank you again for your work, but this resolution cannot pass. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Callie Jane.
Hi, my name is Callie Jane. I live on First Ave in Kingston. I'm here in support of good cause eviction. I've been a homeowner in Kingston since the end of 2020, but before that I was a renter in Kingston. And several times I found myself unsure of where myself and my children would be living, packing boxes, but knowing I had nowhere to go. One time a landlord decided that me asking for a year-long leak through a light fixture to be repaired was reason not to renew my lease, but then offered me a ridiculous rent increase to stay, which I could not afford. I was lucky enough to find a place with 3 days to spare, a friend of a work colleague who skipped the credit check and let me pay the security deposit in installments. And I mention this because that is not the norm. And in the middle of pandemic, that same nice landlord first raised the rent and then said her son needed a place to live. And I found myself scrambling again. And throughout my renting journey, my oldest child has switched schools so many times in the middle of the year with multiple kindergartens, first grades, third grades, fourth grades. We lost security deposits and paid to move again and again. And we had no neighbors that we knew, and we had no community, which is why we need you to opt into the good cause eviction law as soon as possible, and it must be strong. We have to define the portfolio size exemption to those who only own one unit to protect as many tenants as possible, because landlords cannot use the LLC loophole to unfairly evict tenants and unfairly increase rents, because we see this again and again. I am also urging you to pass the ceasefire resolution. I stood here in December to say that I was surprised that it had not been done already, and it is now July. This is the bare minimum. The members of the Common Council have taken stances on very important issues in the past, many times without having to be asked, many times reaching out to myself and other community organizers to ask for support when they work to pass these resolutions. And I say exactly what I said in December. This is an important issue for you to pass. This is something that has to do with Kingston. It should not be hard for elected officials to say that genocide is bad. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Chelsea V, and please provide your last name.
Isn't it great? Hello, everybody. Hi. First of all, well, my name is Chelsea. I live in Ward 1, and
Chelsea,
it really
we need
hurts.
your last name, please.
Oh, okay. Could we reset my time then?
Sure. What is your last name, please?
Villalba.
Thank you.
It hurts to hear the term civilized world in these chambers, since it is a racist dog whistle that has long been used to dehumanize Indigenous people on these lands and abroad. It's really shameful that it's so liberally used here. Second of all, Islamophobia and indigeneity should be capitalized according to US federal documents. And anti-Semitism should be lowercase and dehyphenated according to the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, UN, Anti-Defamation League, Associated Press, the White House, the US Department of Justice, the US Holocaust Memorial Museum, etc. I hear a lot about whataboutism from council members and community members, but I don't see people organizing to pass resolutions on issues of global oppression. And that's what we have been doing here. We do not exist in a vacuum, and climate is a concern for all of us. So even if you don't care that children are being killed, I think you should care that millions and millions of bombs are, it's not your time to speak. Millions and millions of bombs have been dropped on this earth. The heat that that's causing, the climate change, the destruction that that's causing is affecting all of us. These heat waves are going to become more common, and more people, especially houseless people, are going to die. That's a reality of what's going on right now. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. is often quoted by politicians as if his words will legitimize their inaction or weaponize neutrality. But Dr. King is the revolutionary who said that there are three major social evils: the evil of war, the evil of economic injustice, and the evil of racial injustice. He also said, I never intend to adjust myself to the madness of militarism. He also said, freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed. Valerie Carr said, every unjust social institution in history seemed permanent until it was imagined otherwise. And most recently, Loretta J. Ross said, we are not giving up control over our bodies, Supreme Court. And most of all, we are not giving up our dream of democracy to all these fucking fascists. Throughout history, the students
Please
have
watch your
been on the right
language.
side of history. History will judge you and your votes tonight. We, the people who are here for a ceasefire resolution, the people who are here in support of a tenant protective good cause eviction bill, are community members who have knocked on hundreds of doors, have texted, called, spoken to and emailed all of you
30 seconds.
to express our dissent. We are all members of a global community as we consume products from all over the world. You are the level of government most accessible to us, and yet it has taken us almost 9 months to get to this point. I agree, we should be spending money here. We should be protecting Native people. Absolutely. We should be protecting Native people with the billions of dollars that are used to fund a foreign military to destroy other Native people.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Genocide is not okay here, and it's not okay
Thank you.
any
Your
part
time
of the
is up.
world. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Sam G, and we need your last name, please.
Again, please keep your signs down below you so we could, thank you.
Hello. Hi. My name is Sam Goldberg, because my last name is Goldberg. I live in Kingston. I live in the neighborhood surrounding Forsyth Park. I technically am I'm a resident of Town of Ulster. I'm in this Kingston City School District. I do everything in Kingston. I come to these meetings because when I tried to call my Town of Ulster executive person, board member, a number of years ago, he hung up on me. So now I come here because at least you'll listen to me. First, basically, I am here to support ceasefire resolution. I'm here to support good cause eviction. I would ask you both to pass both of those. They are linked. We need housing, not bombs. It's deeply disappointing and sad that it's taken so long to get a ceasefire resolution out. We've been coming here for months begging you to do this. Not because we think it's going to, or I do not think it's going to end apartheid in Israel, Palestine, but because it is something that can be done that you have the power to speak up for. I'm a Jewish anti-Zionist. I think Israel is an apartheid state. I think that it was founded on ethnic cleansing. I do not like it, and I do not think it should exist as an exclusionary Jewish state. I'm saying that because there are and always have been Jews who hold that perspective. We are here, we're not going anywhere, and we're going to outlive the state of Israel because it is failing as a project. But most importantly, I'm saying that because none of you here can stand and say that you are not passing this, that you are not voting for a ceasefire resolution because you are trying to protect Jewish people writ large, because it's an issue of anti-Semitism. Clearly, if you have been paying attention and coming to these meetings, there are Jewish people who support this, who support a ceasefire resolution. There are Jewish people who do not support that. The division already exists. You cannot resolve it. Instead, you have to look at the facts that are available to you. You can open your phone right now and see horrifying videos of a genocide that is occurring currently. And so you're being given an opportunity
30 seconds.
to vote on that. You're being asked, do you support that or not? Do not base this on the identities of the people who are speaking to you. Base it on your own evaluation of the situation. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Allison M. And Allison, we need your last name, please.
Please stop the talking. Thank you.
Hi.
Except you. You could talk.
Okay. Allison McIntyre, Ward 1. So I think you should feel pressured to vote for this ceasefire resolution because taking a stance against genocide should be the easiest thing that you have ever done. I am here in support of the ceasefire resolution and good cause eviction for all buildings. I don't feel a divide in this room tonight. That divide has been manufactured and created by people who refuse to learn and refuse to see people who are different from them as people. I feel that the community that I'm a part of will not give up because we are fighting for the liberation of all people. We have been fighting for a long time, fighting for housing, fighting for medical care, fighting for Black lives, fighting for Indigenous lives. My community is broke, we are unhoused, we are harmed, we are targeted, but we will not back down. We will not accept these conditions. Why is being homeless a crime, but murdering Palestinians is not? We are fighting back. We are fighting back, and we will free Palestine in our lifetime.
In the front row, you're holding the flag as if it was a sign, and it is definitely more than 1920 by 24. So if you could please take it down. Thank you. It is not chilly in here. The air conditioning is off. Next speaker, please. And just a reminder, no snapping, clapping while speakers are going. Thank you. Next speaker. It's being held like a sign. Next speaker, please.
Thomas Gillian.
Hello. First of all, I'd like to thank the previous three speakers for all their beautiful testimonies, against which mine will pale in comparison. My name is Thomas Gillen. I'm a lifelong resident of Kingston. Currently, I reside on Oak Street. I'd like to speak with regard, firstly, to good cause eviction. The material conditions for renters in the city of Kingston grow more dire by the day. The way I see it, a metaphorical sword of Damocles dangles above all of our heads, a blade hanging by a wire that could be cut at any moment by a rent increase, an inexplicably high Central Hudson bill, loss of employment, medical bills, rapidly increasing inflation, or a host of other threats. As soon as that wire is cut and that metaphorical blade falls, the person underneath is almost guaranteed to be displaced, often facing houselessness. There is an obvious housing crisis in Kingston that's plain for all to see. I'm here to urge the Kingston Common Council to pass a good cause eviction legislation. Much more needs to be done, but it's a great first step to strengthen that wire and help give tenants back some of the housing rights that they're entitled to. Secondly, I'd like to speak with regard to the ceasefire resolution. I'm embarrassed to see that the Common Council has yet to unanimously and forcefully condemn the genocide of the Palestinian people at the hands of Israel. We cannot afford to avoid taking a side in such cases of obvious and egregious human rights violations. I'll remind everyone here that it is of utmost importance to avoid conflating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, an error to the detriment of all that seems to be made again and again, in spite of hard work from organizations such as Jewish Voice for Peace. From the river to the sea, Palestine must be free, and I hope the Council doesn't find itself confused about this fact for much longer. As many here tonight have already pointed out, these issues are inextricably linked, and it's of the utmost importance that both good cause eviction and the ceasefire resolution are passed. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, please.
Rob Lederer.
Next speaker, please.
Ed Pollan.
To bring about an
Name
immediate,
and address, please.
excuse me, to bring about an immediate, mutually agreed upon and permanent ceasefire between Israel and Palestine. The problem, how can this be accomplished? The Hamas has been governing the Gaza Strip since 2007. The Hamas has been recognized as a terrorist organization by the United States, Canada, Australia, and the European Union, Japan, Israel, and the United Kingdom, and several other countries. On October 7th, the Hamas invaded Israel, killed and tortured 1,200 innocent people, and took 120 hostages. The Hamas knew that Israel was going to retaliate, but they didn't bother to build any shelters for the innocent Palestinian people. They didn't care about the people, let's face it. They built hundreds of tunnels under Gaza, under schools, hospitals, and mosques, places under large populations of people. They used the innocent Palestinians as human shields, spending millions of dollars to protect the fighters and store their weapons, but no protection for the people. What kind of government do we have here? You know, if Israel stops with the Hamas still in control, Iran will resupply them with weapons, and the same will happen again. Israel cannot let this happen. The Hamas needs to lose its control of Gaza before there is a ceasefire. All the innocent people that were killed must be blamed on the Hamas and Iran, not Israel. Israel has a right to defend their people. Thank you.
We have it. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Emily Taylor.
Hello, my name is Emily Taylor. I live in Ward 5 in Kingston. I've been a Kingston resident for 7 years, and I've lived in the Hudson Valley for almost all my life. I am here tonight, as I have been before, to ask you to please pass the strongest possible version of good cause eviction and to pass a resolution calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Palestine. I'm going to state the basic facts of the issue, even though I know you've all heard them again and again. To date, 38,000 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza. The vast majority of these have been civilians, and nearly half have been children. Bombs have been targeted on hospitals, on schools, and homes. Millions of people have been displaced and left without food, potable water, shelter, and medical supplies. And this is all being done with the aid of billions of our own tax dollars from the US. It is more than just some poetic coincidence that while our money is going to destroy homes and displace people across the world, we are also experiencing a homelessness and displacement crisis in our community in Kingston. For every dollar of ours that is being sent to destroy the lives of Palestinian families is a dollar that we are not using to support struggling families in our own community. Our leaders are sending billions to make weapons to murder and massacre innocent people, and then tell us that we simply don't have the money for things that our communities need, like affordable housing, like universal health care, like universal basic income. These are not separate issues. These are choices that have been made about the priorities of our society, choices to prioritize destruction against healing, to prioritize the power and profit of governments and corporations over the suffering of human beings. This is a local issue because everything is a local issue, because what happens across the world does impact us here. But sometimes what pains me the most is that we have to make the case that it is in our self-interest to care that tens of thousands of children are being murdered in front of our eyes. We need to do this not only because of what it can do for our communities, but because we are human beings and we recognize that this is happening to human beings. From the bottom of my heart, I thank the council members who have fought for this, and shame on every one of you who cannot find a shred of humanity to do the right thing right now.
Next speaker, please.
Hannah C., and Hannah will need your last name.
My name is Hannah Corwin from Socrates. In 2 months, I'll be with Ward 5 in Kingston. I have been a Hudson Valley resident for over 22 years. In that time, I have not yet spoken at a city council meeting, nor at any other public hearing or forum, purely out of fear. Now, in the current state of our world, that fear feels so unimportant and so small. I think to myself, if 133 people can be brave enough to get arrested in SUNY New Paltz, all for exercising their basic human rights to freedom of speech, to stand up for what is right, then I can stand in front of 12 counselors to assert the notion that letting 38,000 people be murdered is a great evil, and saying this is still the bare minimum. What can I do to be more like the brave, wonderful students forming encampments in over 80 universities? What can I do to be more like the brave, wonderful people draping Palestinian flags over the podium before they speak? It is simple. I stand here today to support a permanent and clear ceasefire resolution. I also feel that as a Jewish American, the absurdity of people calling a ceasefire anti-Semitic is staggering. It is not anti-Semitic to stand against genocide, but it is, without question, anti-Semitic to assume that all Jewish people are Zionists. Shame on you. If anything, I believe that Jewish people know the impact of generational trauma intimately. It is times like this that we must reflect on the damage being caused to Palestine and its people. That damage will not go away. Those lives cannot come back. Those children cannot be made whole again. What can we do now? Please ask yourself and do not bring further shame to the Hudson Valley. If we can do something now, today, we have to. I also stand up here in support of good cause eviction. We cannot unite as a community if we do not look out for everyone's well-being and security. Affordable housing is a basic human right, and at some point, people in power need to act like it is. Deloy Politse, Free Palestine, not in our name. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Nathan Pollock.
Hello, City Council. My name is Nathan Pollock. I'm from New Paltz. Although I am from New Paltz, I can say with certainty that the same housing issues in Kingston plague New Paltz as well. I know you all joined City Council because you love this community, and some of the best things that you do here will never be known to the larger community. Adopting good cause eviction is one of the best things you can do for this community and will be the most visible policy that you can pass. I'm also one of the many anti-Zionist Jews who support the ceasefire resolution. 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust, including my great-grandparents, not just because of Nazi extermination, but because people around the world said it's a global issue, not a local issue. I urge you to take a stand and send a message to Albany and Washington and pass the ceasefire resolution. No matter how you vote on this resolution tonight, you will not be voting for or against Hamas. You will not be voting for or against Israel. You are simply choosing whether to support the continued killing of tens of thousands or whether enough is enough and it must stop. This resolution is not divisive. It is unifying us around peace. Thank you.
Council members, that's up another 30 minutes. Can I have a motion? Michael Tierney makes the motion, seconded by Michelle Hirsch. All in favor? Anyone opposed? All right, we have another 30 minutes on the clock. Next speaker, please.
Stephen Kelly.
Steve Kelly, 8th Ward. I spent 5 years living with a Palestinian refugee community of tens of thousands of people. I condemn the violence of October the 7th. I condemn any persecution of any group, especially the Jewish people. I have close friends who are Jewish. I have close friends who are Muslim. I have close friends from Palestine, and I have Israeli friends. As other people have said here, it is a question of standing up for what's right. The people that I'm looking at here all have a voice more than we do here and have an impact. And that voice can reach out. Yes, we're Kingston. People have said it's a small constituency, but we do have a voice. We're all human. And it boils down to, as taxpayers and as humans, do we agree with weapons that our taxpayers' money is used to buy, is used to kill innocent people? Hamas, I do not support whatsoever. But the Palestinian people, men, women, and children, hardworking, school-going, cello players, actors, dentists, they are the people like you and I that want to live. And unfortunately, one of my close Palestinian friends is a woman who's no longer with us now, but she fled Palestine in 1948 because of Zionist militia violence in the Nakba, or the catastrophe, as it's called in Arabic. She fled, and the same colonizing power which caused a lot of suffering in my own land is the main reason for the genesis of the so-called State of Israel. And then, as in World War II and the ending of it, and the sort of stepping back of the United Kingdom, the United States stepped in, and that's the only reason why the State of Israel is existing today. We all have a voice, we all have a power, also as public, to purchase or not purchase certain things. So
Thank you. Your time is
thank
up.
you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Estrella Frankenfeld.
Hello. I am Estrella Frankenfeld. I live in Kingston in Ward 4. I think a lot of what I want to say has been said, so I'm not going to repeat. I mostly am speaking to lend my voice, to say that I am yet another Kingston resident who is in favor of the strongest possible good cause eviction, and in support of a ceasefire resolution. The strongest possible ceasefire resolution as well. I've heard a lot of the term divisiveness thrown around in the first part of this speaking session. And I would like to point out that I want to be in a community that challenges each other. Community should not be afraid of speaking out because we think people will disagree with us. We should stand in what is right. We should stand in
not supporting a genocide, not putting our money into the killing of tens of thousands of people. If we're worried about divisiveness, the quote unquote divisiveness, we would never have progress. And I think that term is a term that's used to silence arguments. If you're afraid of listening to the voices of the many because they challenge the power of a few, that is a problem. So we elect alder people who care. I've spoken before you once before, and I urged you to vote in care of those in Palestine, to vote in care of us, because we are asking you to listen to us, and listening is an act of care. And we do not elect alder people who do not care. We do not elect alder people who are not supporting a ceasefire resolution, and we do not elect alder people who are not supporting tenants' rights. That is mostly what I want to say. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Anthony Fitzpatrick.
Hi, I'm Anthony Fitzpatrick. I live in Port Ewan. I support all of your work, but tonight I want to speak in favor of Resolution 103, authorizing the mayor to submit a grant application in the New York State Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation Parks Program for the Kingston Neighborhood Skate Park. My health insurance and I couldn't be more ready. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Ann Ames.
Good evening. My name is Ann. I think I live in the 6th Ward, 207 Down Street. Where is that? 6th Ward? Is that the 5th? Okay, they're not allowed to talk to me. Assalamu alaikum. And peace to everybody. Everyone has said basically what I wanted to say. I support the ceasefire. I hope that the people, as the gentleman said, that we have elected will also support us in supporting the ceasefire. Also, good cause eviction to include everyone. Like, I don't know why we have to be exclusive and alienating. Why are we going to provide the good cause eviction for a certain amount of people, and then these people don't get it? It doesn't make any sense to me. It should be for everybody. And I want to thank the people who have been coming out since, I don't know, it's been a couple of years. We've been coming out or more than that, coming out and addressing the Common Council here. And I don't know, I think we're going to have to find some other tactics, because we keep coming in and talking, and, time and time again, it doesn't seem like we're being listened to. We weren't listened to when we were voting on the tank. The tank went through. We weren't listened to when we were voting on that house over there on Delaware Avenue to give that to tenants. Just one house, and it went to LLC. This is really giving us a good impression on how some of our aldermen are viewing us and thinking about us and caring about us. But we care about each other. So we're always going to be the resistance. We're always going to find a way to get your attention. If we can't get your attention, then I guess we're going to have to find a new manual and figure out what to do, because these are things that we need. We need the housing situation. We need the mental health
30
situation
seconds.
going before somebody gets, you know what? I got to hand it to the cops. They ain't killed nobody yet. but I believe they need to do some crisis intervention training that's extensive before something does happen, and that's off the thing. But good cause eviction and also the ceasefire. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please.
Paul Melsfelder.
Hey everyone, my name's Paul Mersfelder. I live on 168 Washington Avenue here in Kingston. Also happen to be an organizer with For the Many. I'm here to both ask the council to opt into good cause eviction with a portfolio size exemption of 1, and also to ask the council to pass the memorializing resolution calling for a ceasefire in Palestine. I'll just say, anecdotally, I've been knocking on doors for the last 10 months in advance of last week's primary, and without a doubt, the #1 issue is housing and housing insecurity. Certainly proud to be a resident in a city that is taking the housing crisis seriously, and now you all have the opportunity to give tenants across this city the best protections that are available to them right now in New York State. I want to speak specifically to the portfolio exemption size. I imagine there are some who are considering a higher exemption size. Maybe you're considering that because you see it as a way to avoid lawsuits. I think from what we've seen, no matter what, we know that landlords are going to sue. That's what landlords have been doing. That said, we've also seen that Albany has already passed good cause with a 1-unit exemption, and it's 100% legal. And so regardless of what exemption size you set, landlords will sue. I don't see this as a reason to have it higher than 1. Some might also be considering a higher portfolio exemption size to offer relief to small landlords. I'll just say I am a small landlord and support a exemption size of 1. What we've seen is that landlords have reported to our rent guidelines board here in Kingston an increase in profits recently. So yeah, I think the struggle of small landlords, frankly, is a straw man argument. What you would be doing if you pass good cause with exemptions beyond 1 unit is essentially making the law that you're passing unenforceable by creating a loophole where landlords can split their properties into LLCs and avoid being subject to that law. So if you're going to continue the work of addressing the housing crisis here in Kingston, with all the tools that are available to you, you will pass good cause eviction with a portfolio size exemption of 1. Lastly, also want to ask that the council pass the memorializing resolution calling for a permanent ceasefire in Palestine. As others have said, what we're witnessing is genocide, and frankly, silence is not an option. So thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Rose Quinn.
Good evening, members of the Common Council. My name is Rose Quinn. I live on Down Street in Ward 2. I'm here to speak on a couple of issues. First and foremost, I want to speak on good cause eviction, and I want that to be supported and passed with no exemptions. It is extremely, extremely important that small landlords, small tenant situations also be protected. I happen to be in one of those situations. Most people in Kingston are in that situation. We're not a big apartment kind of place. We're a small mom and pop kind of, we're gonna rent place. And if those people aren't protected, then you're missing a huge, huge portion of the population. The next thing I want to speak on very quickly is I absolutely support a ceasefire resolution in as strong as terms as you can provide. I believe that when I speak out about this, I am not speaking out against Israel. I am not speaking out against any other country. I am actually pointing this directly at our country, because what I am saying is that we can no longer subsidize death and warfare. And you can start right here by saying that we will no longer subsidize death and warfare. The untold secret about lived life in the United States is that we are supported by our war industry, and we need to stop that. The next thing I want to talk about very briefly is, as we're talking about war, I want to talk about the war and the violence that literally plagues our streets. And I am not talking about gun violence, I'm talking about car violence. The car violence in Kingston and Ulster County is completely out of control. I come to you after reading the report by Thomas DiNapoli, who is our state controller, who says that New York State fatality rates are sharply rising compared to other states. We are losing this battle really badly, really, really badly.
30
And
seconds.
a big part of the reason why we're losing this battle is because of New York State DOT, and we need to start standing up to them. And we need you, our leaders, to stand up to New York State DOT once and for all, because people are dying on our streets. Do something. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Bravin Ranga.
Good evening. Thanks so much for your time. My name is Bravin Ranga. I'm the political director at For the Many. Our office is at 13 Grand Street. And we've been working on housing issues in Kingston for years. Tonight, you have the opportunity to pass the strongest possible version of good cause eviction to address that housing crisis. And by setting the portfolio size exemption at only 1 unit and covering units of 2 and over, you're covering as many tenants as possible and eliminating a potential loophole that corporate landlords could exploit by creating multiple LLCs. Truly small landlords are already exempt from good cause if they live in the building as per the state law. And I want to applaud Alderwoman Hirsch and Alderman Tierney for their leadership on this issue. I'll add that the city of Albany already passed this version of good cause that you're considering, and they haven't faced any lawsuits yet. And just to address, some of the concerns around landlord-driven lawsuits, I'm not a lawyer, but I do know what landlords are capable of. They threaten these lawsuits to bully tenants, to bully advocates, and to bully elected officials into doing their bidding and to protect their profits. They threaten these lawsuits to try and undermine democracy and weaponize the courts against housing justice. And I am confident that this council will not be intimidated by nonsense lawsuits and have the courage to pass good cause as written to protect your constituents. I also want to speak in favor of the ceasefire resolution being considered. These are obviously complex geopolitical issues that we're not going to solve in this room, but some things are very simple. Genocide is evil, apartheid is evil, colonialism is evil, and the killing of tens of thousands of innocent people in Gaza is evil. And what makes it our business is it's our tax dollars that are funding the bombs that are being dropped on civilians in Gaza. And it's unconditional American political and military support for this offensive that is the only reason they are able to continue this genocide. We are all collectively responsible for this massacre. We have blood on our hands, and so we have a collective interest in seeing it ended. Your job as the Common Council is to represent the interests of the people of the city and stand up for our values. You have a duty to pass this
30
resolution
seconds.
and send a signal to Washington and to Albany that the people of Kingston do not condone genocide, that we don't want to be supporting it with our tax dollars, and that we do not value some lives over others. I'll just add that this is a racial justice issue, right? If the US was supporting the dropping of bombs on tens of thousands of civilians in Europe, this resolution would have been passed months ago. This is your opportunity to stand up for racial justice, stand up against genocide, and put
Thank you.
pressure
Your
on
time
our
is up.
leaders in Washington
Thank
to
you.
take action. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Sophie Howard.
Good evening. My name is Sophie Howard, and I'm a resident of Ward 2 in Kingston. And it sounds like you're having trouble hearing me. Is that better? Okay, cool. I'm here to ask that the Common Council vote in favor of a permanent ceasefire resolution and for the strongest version of good cause eviction. Given that the Rent Guidelines Board vote for another rent freeze only applies to buildings with 6 units or more, it's crucial that the council closes the LLC loophole by passing good cause eviction with a 1-unit portfolio size to cover as many tenants as possible. I'd like to thank the alders who have collaborated with the community in the process of writing the resolution and those who support the resolution. I was disappointed to read in the newspaper this morning that Alders Shabbat and Edwards were not in support of the ceasefire resolution, with the reasoning that ceasefire is a divisive phrase and that resolution is outside of the council's role, respectively. Much of what I had to say on this topic has been said by previous speakers, so I'll take time to just add my additional comments. One thing to note, and for the comments that were made at this meeting as well as last month's meeting, something that speakers on all sides of the issue have voiced is that saying that a ceasefire is not relevant to our community is an insult to the people whose loved ones have been impacted by the violence in Israel and Palestine. I also struggle to believe that passing a resolution is not meaningful or important, given the efforts that have been made to disrupt the legislative process by white supremacist Zoom bombers, by lengthy public comments focused solely on the fact that the resolution is a waste of time, wasting time complaining about time being wasted, and the alders who have introduced roadblock after roadblock after roadblock, again, wasting more time. So the sooner that the resolution is passed, the sooner there will be increased time to address other important issues. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Naomi Dan.
Thank you for listening to all of us tonight. My name is Naomi Dan. I live at 147 O'Neill Street in Ward 2. I also work with Housing Justice for All, a statewide coalition of tenant and community organizations fighting for housing as a human right. This council took a very important step forward 2 years ago by adopting the Emergency Tenant Protection Act. It was historic. Thank you. Unfortunately, the state rent stabilization law is in need of an update. It doesn't cover buildings built within the last 50 years or buildings smaller than 6 units. The majority of tenants in Kingston are not covered by rent stabilization. But of course, tenants in those buildings are also struggling to keep up with the rent. They're being evicted and they're having trouble speaking up for themselves when they need repairs in their home. They too need protections against unfair eviction and price gouging. Passing a strong version of good cause eviction is the right next step. It's critical that the city use the flexibility that the state law provided to close the LLC loophole by defining the exempted portfolio size as just 1 unit. The law that Albany passed in April already took care of exempting small landlords who live in the buildings that they rent. Any larger exemption will make it extremely difficult for any tenant to know whether they are covered by these protections. Any definition larger than 1 unit will undermine the intent of the law, which is to extend tenant protections to renters who are not eligible for rent stabilization because of the type of building that they live in. It would create incentives for corporate landlords to come in and hide their ownership behind LLCs and make it impossible for tenants to exercise their rights, the rights that you are voting to give them. It is also important to set a high rent exemption threshold. I think that the current version at 300% could go up a little higher because we want to make sure that that's a true luxury exemption and not just an incentive for landlords to hike the rent a little bit more to avoid the law. Finally, as a Jewish resident of Kingston, I urge this council to pass the ceasefire resolution. I don't know how you can watch the news every day and do anything otherwise. I am very familiar with this issue. I've spent a lot of time in Israel and in the occupied West Bank, and I have worked with Palestinians and Israelis who are working for peace and justice against all odds. They know, and even the tens of thousands of people who demonstrated for a ceasefire in Tel Aviv just this weekend, that there is no path to saving lives other than a ceasefire. A ceasefire is not a solution. It's not going to be long-term peace until there is justice and an end to the occupation. It is just the simple truth that Israel will never be safe so long as it denies freedom and dignity to Palestinians. You've heard tonight from many Jewish community members who expressed fear of rising anti-Semitism. I understand and I share that fear. But the idea that our safety as Jews requires continuing to fund and support the destruction of homes, lives, and entire families, entire communities, breaks my heart. It's not true. Actually, the truth is the opposite. Our safety comes from being rooted in our communities, in relationship with our neighbors, wherever we live.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Brandon Listeris.
Hi, all. Thank you all for your time. My name is Brandon Estenis. I live at 297 Hasbrook Avenue in Ward 9. I'm here to advocate for good cause eviction with the strongest version of good cause eviction that you can pass, a 1-unit exemption. It's not entirely clear to me why a landlord owning only one property should be allowed to do a bad cause or no cause eviction, but that seems to be what we're going for. But yeah, I urge you to pass the strongest version possible. A little math on how landlording works out. If you purchase the median house in Kingston in 2020, you've seen $60K annualized return on that property in capital gains. And gotten $31,000 in rental income. So taking that, less taxes and expenses, including capital gains tax and income tax, that nets, so landlords based on surveys of landlords done by property management companies generally spend about 96 hours per year maintaining their properties. And so that all works out to about $730 per hour returns for landlording. So I think they're going to be all right. Good cause eviction won't impact the net present value of new properties being, it won't slow down investment and prevent new supply from coming online, which I do think is important. I also wish to speak to a ceasefire. The ceasefire resolution. I want to. I think you all made the right choice in deciding not to do the Zoom tonight, and I want to call out the horrific anti-Semitism that we saw last time in June, and hope that we all can stand together, united against anti-Semitism, and treat our neighbors with respect. At the same time, anti-Semitism is not anti-Zionism. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, and the United States
30 seconds.
is committing. There's a country committing a genocide with U.S. support, which is why this is relevant to a governing body in the United States, namely you all, unlike conflicts in Sudan or other ones that have been mentioned. So this is relevant. It's obvious that it's a genocide to most people in most countries around the world, perhaps US accepted. And I encourage you to look to the anti-apartheid movement in South Africa for precedent, where cities played an
Thank
an
you. Your
important
time is
role.
up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, that's been 30 minutes. Is there a motion for another 30 minutes? Motion by Drew Andrews. Sure, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
All right, everybody. All right, let's do it.
Sir, a word when you're ready.
All right, of course. All right, everybody smile. All right, now let's do solidarity. There we go. All right, now let's do some videos. All right, everyone yell housing justice, okay? Let's try to get 3, 2, 1. Housing justice. All right, let's do another one. Everyone yell ceasefire now. All right, I'll count you down, all right? All right. 3, 2, 1. Ceasefire. One more time. Ceasefire. I can't hear you. Ceasefire. All right, contact.
Sir,
All the people break outside. Have they put somebody in the knee or something?
Council members, if you could find your seat, we're going to start. Council members, please find your seats. Yeah. Council members, please find your seats. Council members. We need Rennie, Steve. All right, well, we have a quorum still, so I'm going to move forward. We were just at a 30-minute window. Can I have a motion to extend for another 30 minutes? Motion by Drew Andrews, second by Michelle Hirsch. All in favor? Opposed? Still passes with our quorum. The next speaker, please. Jen Benson.
Hello, thank you for continuing to extend. My name is Jen Benson. I live at 297 Hasbrook Avenue here in Kingston. I've lived in the Hudson Valley ever since I graduated from college. I thought that I was going to learn some skills for my job and move home to the Finger Lakes, but it turns out that when the Hudson Valley grabs you, it grabs you hard and it becomes a place that you want to stay and a place that you want to fight for. I want to urge the Common Council to be brave. The victories of this country have been won on picket lines, they have been won at deli counters, they have been won by people carrying signs and fighting against wars and fighting for equal rights and fighting for voting rights. I appreciate so much that the council has taken on trying to grapple with the issue of housing in this city. We absolutely need the strongest housing protections writ large that we can have. For good cause eviction, we need to have a portfolio exemption size of 1, I guess. I live in a complicated situation. I actually have technically what you would consider a small landlord who owns 1 rental unit. My landlord makes more in rent on an annual basis than I earn working my full-time job, 40 hours a week. Because there are 8 bedrooms, he lives in 1. We are all charged north of $700 for a shared house in Midtown Kingston. And I find myself to be one of the lucky ones. So I urge you to fight. I urge you to opt into the strongest possible good cause that we can manage here. I have a master's degree, a college degree. My parents owned their home. It's unclear if I will be able to, but I come from a place of privilege, and I'm asking you to do this having faced housing challenges. My neighbors here in the city of Kingston, doors that I've knocked on, people are choosing between how much food they can buy when they're paying their rent. They're choosing whether or not they can pay their utility bill this month or next month. And we must be brave. We must be better for our neighbors. And with that being said, I also stand in support of the strongest possible ceasefire resolution that we can pass.
30
The way that we
seconds.
win big things is by fighting for them at a municipal level. It's about talking to our neighbors. It's about coming together and having those conversations that are difficult. And so I just want to voice my support for the ceasefire resolution in its absolute strongest form. Please, please, please be brave for us, be brave for your neighbors here in Kingston, but also we must stand up against wars, and we need to stop accepting our corporate
Thank
tax
you. Your
dollars
time
being
is up.
spent on war.
Next speaker.
Sebastian, and we'll need your last name. I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Hey everyone, my name is Sebastian Pelleteri. I live in Ward 5. I just moved to 136 Jansen. My friend Jeff Beal shared this Arabic couplet with me, and it roughly translates to, if a people demand life, destiny will answer them. I'm here tonight to demand life. I want to commend the work and tireless actions of Michelle and Michael for working on the best possible versions of Good Cause and the permanent ceasefire. You guys are leaders in our community, and I truly appreciate it. I'm here to encourage the rest of you to support both of those resolutions. Much of what has been said has already been said much more beautifully by my comrades, so I'm going to add another perspective, which is maybe your political self-interest. As some of you know, there was just a primary that happened here, and our assembly person, Sarah Hanna, won by a 2-to-1 margin. Her campaign was powered by a mass movement of people like myself and my comrades here. The biggest distinctions, I think, during that election for me, policy-wise, were not on our dime, a permanent ceasefire, and good cause eviction at a statewide level. Sarah Hanna fought for both of those things. She won by 2-to-1, and we don't have much better local polling than that election, and the results were clear. The people who live here want a permanent ceasefire, and we want the strongest version of good cause eviction possible. I urge you to reject the mayor's proposed one because it is intentionally bad policy that creates loopholes for landlords. Policies with loopholes, one, privilege the people who get the loopholes, but two, serve a more insidious purpose which erodes the public's faith that government can do something. Creating policies that are good policies, that are sound policies, actually restore people's faith that this institution and institutions like it can do things to better people's lives, which is why we're all here. I'm sure many of you wanted to be here potentially debating good cause and don't want to weigh in on a genocide that you may feel has little to do with why you were elected. But here we are nonetheless. I urge you to support a permanent ceasefire to send a message to our elected representatives, the people and the world that Kingston wants to end the genocide that our government is supporting with our tax dollars. People have asked you, people who you represent, to take a position, and you have to take a position. I hope the arguments made by my comrades persuade you to do the right thing, the moral thing, and if that doesn't work, then I hope the politically expedient thing, and vote for both good cause eviction and a permanent ceasefire. Because if not, you will stand on the wrong side of history, and you will also stand a decent chance of losing your election next year. If the people demand life, destiny will answer.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Phil Erner.
Good evening, Phil Erner, 109 Washington Avenue, 3rd Ward. By now, you are familiar with some of the work around the issues before you this evening that I had done in the county legislature. 3 of you were here last, 2 terms ago, passing the original good cause eviction. And I want to thank, as has been mentioned, Alders Hirsch for their leadership on the new version and pass it with the one-unit portfolio and the strongest protections available under state law. And I hope that you will direct the courts, the sheriff, and other departments and authorities to enforce it properly. I also want to thank Alders Hirsch and Tierney for their early advocacy around the resolution around the ceasefire here that we have before you tonight and the stronger version that Alder Mickens had worked on previously. I think you should support the version that you have before you tonight. Let's pass this and make the statement that has been pointed out by many speakers before me. I care about, I work with, I share the city with many people in this room whom I disagree with. And having been in a position as you are, I understand having to make a choice when some people think one thing another. As has been said, look at the facts before you, look in your heart, and then make a decision. I know you will. I'm excited to see that you're considering enacting a real estate transfer tax. We had tried to do that in the county. I hope that if you do that, that the county will look and do that as well. I am excited to see about the Land in Black Hands application and the skate park that was mentioned. And I want to second what Speaker Quinn said about the traffic violence epidemic here in Kingston, and urge the county and the state to do their parts as well. I know the county's application was denied for some safety enhancements on Washington Avenue recently.
30 seconds.
Thank you. So, and for my Jewish friends and neighbors in the room, I didn't always feel the ways I do or know what I know now. But at the Old Dutch Church, a discussion comparing anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism was held not long ago, and the concepts of home and Doikite were brought up. And just remember, global Jewish safety and Palestinian self-determination and survival are intimately bound up in the U.S. It's as much in
Your
U.S.
time is
imperial
up.
hands as in
Thank you.
Israeli hands.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Justin Orshon.
Hello, I'm Justin Orshon, Kingston resident, Ward 5. Lived here for 7 years. I want to thank everyone's presence here. I think it's an act of community care being present for a place and a people that we love, and I want to honor that. I'm here again in support of calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. I'm here also again in support of good cause eviction with a portfolio size exemption of 1. These two issues I feel are intimately related, as it's about the right to housing, the right to life, the right to safe and intact communities here and abroad. Miss Ann asked, how long has it been? 5 years. We've been out here for 5 years advocating for tenant protections. So I want to read what I wrote on July 23rd, 2022, nearly 2 years ago, when we were here advocating for the first good cause eviction. When you had passed that, thank you, arguably much stronger bill, which then got repealed. Consider again that this was 2 years ago. Asking whether Kingston is in a housing emergency feels a bit like calling a city inspector to check if a burning home needs water. The house is already on fire. In fact, it's a bit more like the inspector came 2 years too late to look at the smoldering ruins. We're in one of the highest inflationary periods of our time. We're in one of the greatest housing crises of our time. Here in Kingston, rental rates have skyrocketed, and we've seen unprecedented displacement of our neighbors and friends and family members. If the Emergency Tenant Protection Act had been originally passed 2 years ago, 4 years ago, when it was originally available, it would have protected 1,200 renters, many of whom have since been displaced. We have failed them by the ETPA's delay. Yada, 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 context about how landlords systematically blocked the ETPA and killed the initial tenant protections. Love it. But even more so, this was a failure of our city officials to push forward with the ETPA then. Let's be clear, those past 2 years, the city could have moved forward with this, but chose not to. This is a massive failure by the city to protect its people. It failed hundreds of renters who have been since displaced, and hundreds more who are continuing to get displaced. If you want a case study for what happens when you don't pass these protections, we have the past 2 years, now 4 years, to guide us. Frankly, the damage is done. Many of the people that this would have protected 2 years ago are already evicted or priced out. But for those who are still here, we need these protections. Of course, we need additional efforts to address the housing crisis, but in the immediate, we need to protect our renters. So for goodness sakes, please pass
30
this
seconds.
now. It's long past time. Again, that was 2 years ago. How many members of our community must be displaced before we can have secure, long-lasting tenant protections? How many lives must be lost in Palestine for us to call for a permanent ceasefire and an end of genocide in Gaza? Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Alec Grieve.
I'm Alec Grieve. I live on East Chester here in Kingston. In February of this year, Kingston, because of our mayor, became a sister city to a city in Ukraine because these gestures matter. That you demonstrate bravery to stand for human right to life matters. It may not make everyone happy. It may, but your duty is not to make everyone happy, but to make Kingston thrive. Take care of the residents with the resources available. Resources that would be greater if the federal funding wasn't being sent to indiscriminately bomb millions of displaced Palestinians, but going to states like ours. This is a local issue. The U.S. funded war is pouring poisons into our world. This is a local issue. The illnesses being circulated in camps where people are living too close together threatens all of us. This is a local issue. The council being able to make divisive decisions is a local issue. The many global genocides are a local issue. You have something in front of you that speaks to one of them. Do what you can with it. Also, you have in front of you a strong option for a good clause eviction. Please go with the option that protects the most of our citizens. That's all.
Next speaker, please.
Nisi L, and we'll need your last name and address, please.
Hi. My last name is Lee. I live in Wallkill, but I work in Kingston. So I'd like to consider myself a community member. I'll try and be as brief as possible. Because I have the privilege of being white passing, I will just say that I am Palestinian Jordanian. I come before you as a Jordanian Palestinian with one question. If you were given 15 minutes to evacuate your home, what would you take? Have you ever thought about it? Have you had to? Would you take your toothbrush, your sons, your daughters, toothpaste? Would you take your pets? If you did, would you have time to take their food? What about food for you? Or your favorite shoes or coat or dress? What about your children's favorite stuffed animal or toy? I guess when you have 15 minutes, priorities get clearer or more muddied. Would you take the key to hang around your neck as a memento? I wouldn't know. Would you? I doubt it. I hate coming here. It only makes me feel more hopeless. We elected you to represent the people. It's become abundantly clear and only clearer to me that you do not respect nor represent your people, and maybe not even yourselves. When the government can be bought, when houselessness becomes illegal, when presidents are given unquantifiable power, what does integrity become? Does it exist? Did it ever? It seems to me that in the last 48 hours alone, a 13-year-old boy was shot dead, not in Palestine, but in Utica, New York. How can I have any faith in you or any faith in the United States governing entity when all of you fail to even pass legislation over your own law enforcement agencies? The same agencies that trained and are trained by IOF soldiers. Why would I expect you to care about the 160 children killed per day in Palestine when you don't even care about your own? Stokely Carmichael said, in order for nonviolence to work, your opponent must have a conscience. The United States has none. Do you? I understand that this council, as well as all others in the United States, were to rule this a colonial genocide, then we would have to address our own. The land we've stolen, the buffalo we slaughtered, the culture we decimated and mocked, the people we infested with foreign diseases and let their children and families die. And who has the time to do that? To take accountability would mean setting a precedent for not only the Palestinians, but the indigenous people of the entire world who deserve the rights, freedoms, and autonomy of not only themselves, but their homeland. We can do better, we can take accountability, and we can encourage others to do that as well.
30
And
seconds.
on rent stabilization, my father was my landlord for a while, and he didn't even give me a safe house to live in nor stable, affordable rent when I actively renovated and paid the mortgage. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you all are afforded that privilege so you can say no on these matters. I'm glad that you're not Arab. I'm glad that you aren't in unaffordable housing. That's a nice privilege you have. Sleep well tonight.
Next speaker, please.
Paul L., and we'll need your last name and address, please.
I'm Paul LaMarche. I live in Newt Paltz, but work in Kingston, so I also spend a lot of time in Kingston. Back when all this started, I used to come to spaces like this as a proud of my Jewish faith. As I've been to enough of these, it's harder and harder to say that. When a loud sect of my own community reiterates hateful rhetoric that clearly goes against the basic values of Judaism that I was raised with. I've been told by some of these community members that Zionism is Judaism and vice versa. This is simply not true. Zionists have hijacked the Jewish faith to support genocide and colonization and used it to scare you to stand up against it in fear that you might appear anti-Semitic. I urge you, do not give in to this Zionist tactic. Do what is right. Stand up and finally represent the people you pledged to when you were elected. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Elizabeth Goldhammer, and we'll need your address.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Goldhammer. I am from Kingston, but I don't currently live in Kingston, although I do work here. I live 272 Silver Spur Road in Pearling, New York now. And I'm here again because I feel like I need to be here because I can't not do whatever I'm able to do in this situation because, you know, I have a lot of different heritages and yeah, I do have some Jewish heritage. I have family members that I love and care about and community members that I love and care about who are Jewish, and I'm Jewish enough to know that Jewish people are people, and as people, we disagree with each other. We argue. You know, we move through the world and have to make up our minds about things. And I also know that mass graves are always wrong. I know that it's never acceptable to listen to someone that tells you that they're unavoidable and that they are not preventable. And when I see documented mass graves again and again and again and horrific things, the only thing I can think is this is preventable. And we all have the power to make all of the choices that we can. And I don't think who can I blame? I think who can still stop this? And how do we get them to? That's that's the only way that I can look at this. And as an American citizen, I have a lot of choices. I can try to influence a very, very powerful government that has been making choices this whole time at the UN with our investment of military funding.
30 seconds.
With the political rhetoric that we hear from people that we elected and put our trust in, who are, you know, continuing to not respect the people who are losing their whole families day after day and who don't know you know, Palestinian American families have to wake up every day and realize that they have to go to work and pay money
Thank
that's
you.
gonna
Your
be used
time
to
is
buy
up.
bombs that might kill their
Thank
family
you.
members.
Next speaker, please.
Grace Collins.
Grace Collins, Ward 3. Can I defer my time to Tracy? That's a question. Can I do that?
You're giving up your 3 minutes.
To
to-
Tracy.
That's fine. Yeah, we don't split time, but if you want to give your 3 minutes to Tracy, that's okay. Just give your name and record, or name and address for the record. Thank you. Yep.
Hi, Tracy Lerman, 43 Crane Street, Kingston. I think that is Ward 9. I am here today to talk in support of two issues. One is good cause eviction and the proposal presented by For the Many. I'm speaking to you as a landlord who owns 6 units in the city of Kingston. These are not hard rules to follow. You should be able to live in a house, pay your rent, follow your lease, and know that you have secure housing. That is the values that we manage our properties by. And I have a lot of conflicting opinions and feelings about being a landlord when there is a housing crisis. But one thing I know is that if you own a house, you are providing a basic human right for people, and you should be able to, in this city, have a job, pay your rent, and not worry that your landlord is going to evict you because of a person who can pay more money or because they can make more money off of you. We do not earn a livable income off of our rental properties. We're providing good housing for people at below market rates, and that is the values that you should have as a landlord. Second, and the reason why I came here today is because I am a Jewish person who firmly and unequivocally believes that this body should stand in support of a ceasefire. I know there's a lot of people in this room who think that if we were to abolish funding of the Israeli military, that Hamas would take over and kill every Israeli in the state. That is not true. The Israeli government is making it more unsafe for Jews or anyone, not just Jews, for anyone to live in Israel because of the way that their actions breed resentment and hopelessness and desperation amongst the Palestinian people. There is no moral reason to cause a genocide in Gaza. There's absolutely no reason why anyone here who has a conscience should stand on the side of Israel's military campaign in Gaza. 40,000 people have been killed. The majority of them are children. There is a famine in Gaza. How can you stand here? How can you wake up look at yourself in the mirror and not feel any other way? I have family in Israel. I've lived in Israel. I have family right now who have had family members killed by Hamas in direct response to terrorist actions taken on the part of the Israeli government and the Israeli extremely right-wing religious movement. This is not a referendum on Hamas. This is a referendum in support of humanity and decency and conscience. Please vote your conscience and support a ceasefire in Gaza.
Your time is
Thank
up.
you.
Do one more. Next speaker, please.
Alana Roth.
Alana Roth, 58 South Manor Avenue, Ward 6. I am out of words. I don't have anything to add that I haven't been saying to you for the last 6-7 months. I don't have anything to add to what has been said tonight, but I feel compelled to add my voice to the resounding, vast majority of Kingston residents who are asking you to vote in favor of a ceasefire resolution and in favor of the strongest ceasefire resolution. The first person who spoke tonight against, within the very small, though loud minority who spoke against a ceasefire resolution, said this wasn't passed back in January because it was not deemed to be relevant or important and to Kingston residents. And that opinion, I believe, has clearly changed among every single 9 of you seated here tonight. It has become clear it absolutely is relevant to Kingston residents. It is important to every single Kingston resident. It is our tax dollars that are funding genocide. It is relevant. That wrong opinion has now been corrected, and we all realize that it is relevant. That same person then went on to state that, why is it that there are 3 competing resolutions here tonight? And his conclusion was that it's because the issue is complex. I was present at the Laws and Rules meeting when the issue was discussed, when the very thoughtful, painstaking, when the resolution that was drafted with great thought and care and time was shot down and in a very disruptive manner by presenting yet again and again more criticisms when that person's voice had already had an opportunity to be heard. So I don't believe that the reason there are 3 competing resolutions here tonight is because the issue is complex. I believe it's because there has been a concerted effort to disrupt the process, and there's a sense that a ceasefire resolution would hurt the
30
feelings
seconds.
of the minority, the clear minority who are in opposition of a ceasefire, would make them feel uncomfortable. And that rather than calling for a ceasefire, we should call people in. Calling people in is letting them know that they either have the facts wrong or their values are wrong. We need a ceasefire resolution that is the bare minimum. There is clearly a vast majority vote in favor of your constituents.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Council members, that was the last speaker signed up. It was also the end of a 30-minute session. Is there a motion to continue? And I will open the floor. Motion by Michael Tierney. Second by Drew Andrews. All in favor to extend another 30 minutes of public speaking? Can you raise your hands if you're in favor? Okay, it looks like there's 7 votes in favor of another 30 minutes. Is there anybody else here who would like to speak? Just please state your name and address when you come up. I saw Greg and then Scott if you wanted to come up.
Hi, Zira Bloom. I live in Ward 1. I've been here to speak most months since November, including last month when I was online and we were all bombed by neo-Nazis. I believe, and I think many of my neighbors would agree, that this council, this city government, this American government was established to enshrine and protect colonial interests, settler interests, extractive white supremacist capitalist interests. I mean, to my point, we're looking at portraits of people who enslaved others and who are known to indigenous people as the destroyer of villages. And as the world gets hotter, as the Supreme Court criminalizes houselessness and immunizes genocide and election theft, as Leonard Peltier's parole was denied just today or yesterday, we need to organize more and more for our survival. To the degree that each of you, are first and foremost caring, loving human beings, neighbors of ours, and also our elected officials whose jobs you have because of our votes, we are urging you to actively work towards our shared survival. That means passing the strongest version possible of good cause eviction and not stopping there. And actively working to stop the housing crisis, to make sure that everybody has housing in our city. And we are urging you also to pass the ceasefire resolution, ideally a version that does not erase Palestinian reality and dignity, even in death. But I do support the one that's on the table if that means the resolution is passed. And I also want to say, because it's the end of the night and we're probably going to be walking out the door, in the interest of caring for each other, information that we all should know, COVID has a yearly summertime spike. It can spread outdoors. You can catch it even if you've been vaccinated, especially if you haven't been boosted for a couple years. And some of the best protections are layered protections, including using a respirator. And I have enough for probably everyone in this room who doesn't have one. If you want to take one from me on the way out, I'll be over by that door. Thank you so much.
Sorry, I didn't come prepared to speak. I was at the Rules Committee meeting, so I hope that what you will be voting on is the
Excuse
version
me.
of the resolution.
We're gonna
that the
need your
Rules
name and
Committee did
address,
agree
please.
upon.
Ruth, I'm sorry, you
Oh,
have to
sorry,
say your
Ruth-
name and
Ruth-
address.
Ruth Mandelbaum, 269 Richmond Parkway, Kingston, New York. Okay, so this was in the paper the other day, Dagestani Jews looking to rebuild after attacks. That was right here in the Kingston newspaper. Jews in the predominantly Muslim region of Dagestan in southern Russia say they are determined to regroup and rebuild following a deadly attack by Islamic militants on Christian and Jewish houses of worship in two cities last weekend. The attacks in the regional capital of Makhataya and the city of Durban on June 23rd killed 21 people, most of them police officers, and injured at least 43 others. In the rest of region of Northern Caucasus on the Caspian Sea, Chief Rabbi of Russia, Barry Laser, said 110-year-old Durban synagogue, which was a center for Jewish life in the region, was destroyed in a fire. Among those slain was Reverend Nikolai Kortenskyov, a 66-year-old Russian Orthodox priest who was killed as the faithful gathered on Pentecost. Anyway, the point is, this is not just the Jews in Israel. This is Jews around the world who are under attack by jihadists. It's not just the Jews. It is Christians as well. And for those of you who think that Zionism is not anti-Semitism, I understand that, maybe that's something the intellectually elite can make the distinction, but to most of the world, a Jew is a Jew is a Jew. And I hear all of you empathetic young people who I don't know, I don't know, because when the white nationalists come and the jihadists come, they are not going to care where you stood on the ceasefire agreement. What has been proposed by the council at the Rules Committee meeting, I think is something that we can all be okay with. I am sorry that a resolution like this even has to be voted on. This has been extremely traumatic for the mainstream Jewish community. I know this is the new wave. This is the new world order. This seems to be the way Kingston is going. Good luck to you. I'm sorry. Did I do something?
It's not you. I was trying to silence everybody else.
Oh, okay. It feels like the Jews of Kingston, our established Jewish community, has been under attack. The one thing this has done, it's made me not take for granted that I was safe in this country.
30
Or
seconds.
this community. It has been very uncomfortable. The good thing about it is that it's drawing me closer to my community. And, genocide, please, that is so upsetting the way this term is being thrown around like you know what genocide is. Yes, it is a horrible war. We're all traumatized. We all I'm sure we feel guilt about innocent women and children dying.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Oh, okay. It's
Thank you. Your
casualties
time
of
is
war.
up.
It's not genocide.
Hi there.
If you could wait, the reason why there was 4 seconds added is because I had to stop to silence people. If I have to ask again, I will ask that you are removed from chambers. Thank you.
Hi there.
Name and address. Thank
My
you.
name is Michelangelo Pomerico. I live at 19 Furnace Street. I've lived in the Hudson Valley my entire life. 2 years ago, I knocked 5,500 doors to help my good friend Sarahana Shrestha become the first socialist elected in upstate New York. And we worked incredibly hard this year to ensure that she won her reelection campaign. I've knocked almost 6,000 doors in Ulster County. I've had nearly 2,000 conversations with voters in the 103rd Assembly District. And both 2 years ago and including this year, one of the most common points that came up at doors when we talked to working people was a crisis of affordability and a deeply felt disconnection between the way that they were represented in their government and the decisions that people that they were electing were making on their behalf. And so I'm here to tell you, I knocked a lot of doors. So did a lot of people in this room. See all these young people? They got a lot of energy. So it may not be today, but I know for a fact that the people here today that deeply feel that you should support the strongest possible good cause legislation and a resolution in support of a permanent ceasefire, when the right candidate comes up for your district, we will be out there knocking thousands of doors to unseat you if you don't support it today. I'm also a very proud member of the Mid-Hudson Valley Democratic Socialists of America, and I stand with all of our comrades who stand with working people every day of the week, fighting for their rights. And fundamentally, I am an organizer. I believe that change only happens if we stand together and we organize for long-term, durable change and movement building for working people. That is what I do for a living, and that is certainly the work that I support here in the Hudson Valley with so many other people, young people here today who spoke in favor of these two resolutions. So I'd encourage you to think really hard, right? 2-to-1 margin. Sarahana, very popular. You don't want to be unpopular and risk losing your seat. Okay, take care.
I'm sorry, you already spoke. We don't take, yeah, only. Craig, did you want to speak? No, she already spoke, so we only allow.
So I just needed to know the law. And she's in charge and she told me.
Which Greg?
Oh.
Well, I'm here now. I came and spoke at the last,
You need to say your name and address. I know we know you, but
I thought everybody.
further.
Greg McCullough, 14 Van Buren Street, Ward 4. I'm very tired, and but I still came because it's important that you pass these resolutions today. We cannot keep dragging this on month to month to month. People are suffering, and people need our help. I'm here to support in any way that I can. I just urge you to pass these tonight, and let's keep the people in mind that we're here to serve. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hello, I'm Barbara Cohen. I live on Pearl Street in Kingston. I just want to thank the council members for the months that you have put in on the different resolutions. We are all, I think everybody here is in favor of a ceasefire. What we don't talk about, or many of us don't talk about, but I'm going to talk about, is the hostages. So I'm in favor of a ceasefire when the hostages, those who are alive, are returned. Most of them possibly are, at this point, are not alive. But if you vote on the ceasefire resolution tonight, what is the effect tomorrow? Hamas is still there. So you're going to vote on the ceasefire resolution, and everyone is going to be, many people are going to be happy. But what no one has talked about tonight is Hamas is still going to be there tomorrow. There's nobody stepping in No, Israel has said that if there was a ceasefire, they would be willing to try to not work with Hamas, but to work with the residents of Gaza. Other countries are not interested in helping the residents of Gaza. So what I would like to urge you, if you're going to vote for this resolution, what is the effect going to be? Because there's no answer right now. So I'm really asking you I thank you for what you've done, and especially for the new resolution. It is much more moderate, and I certainly appreciate that. But it's still a ceasefire resolution. And as I said, I don't think anybody here tonight has thought about what will happen tomorrow if there is a ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Anyone else before we close up? Greg and then Scott.
Hi, everyone. Greg Shaheen, 126 West Pierpont Street. I've lived in Kingston for 6 years, my whole life in Ulster County. I want to thank everyone for extending the sessions and listening. And it's been a long, it has been a long day. One of the things I've been working on is the Land of Black Hands project. And thank you if you can give our opportunity, the opportunity for us to apply for the CFA. Greatly appreciate that. But I heard a couple of the first comments via YouTube, and then I just kind of felt compelled to come in. It's not super practiced, but I know most of you, so I think we can just keep talking. And I think that's the most important thing about this, right? It's just an opportunity to talk. The resolution is important, and it's an issue that is, really questioning the mainstream narrative. And I think that's going to be my main point here. I have spent time in Palestine, I've spent time in Israel, but you don't need to have spent time there necessarily to understand what's right in this situation. I felt compelled to come and respond to some of these comments in the beginning about, that kind of remind me of how this country, and apparently of how people in this city, can find a way to justify this ongoing genocide in Gaza and oppose a resolution as relatively benign as the one in front of you. It seems like there's been some compromise on the language, and really it's the least that we can do right now, and an opportunity to not go down in history for being complicit in a genocide through our silence. For over 75 years, an incredible amount of effort and a lot of money has gone into propaganda and political campaigns that dehumanize Palestinians and present Israel as the victim. We heard some of these talking points earlier. And I think that, even speaking about the hostages, let's remember that Israel does not care about the hostages. That's why we're seeing, thousands of Israeli citizens marching in the streets, because they clearly know that is it in the interest of the Israeli government to continue to kill as many Palestinians as they can. And it is not in their interest to save the hostages. They've killed some of them themselves. And so we all know that it's the state of Israel and its Zionist supporters, including our government, with their blanket military and diplomatic support by Republicans and Democrats alike. Time. I encourage the council to not lose sight of the broader movement and awakening that's happening in this country and around the world, to identify clearly and denounce the difference between government's policies and citizens' views, right, and getting to the root of this matter. And this is beyond October 7th and beyond Hamas. The way that ideologies tied to profit for certain interests at the expense of the people and in support of aggression have created biases and policies is something that we can learn here.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President and council members. My name is Scott Denny. I live in Ward 9. I'd like to start by just saying I'm not going to stand here and say whether I'm for or against it, because I don't think it's relevant, quite frankly. And I'll tell you why. At the end of the day, no matter what resolution this council brings, whether they condemn Israel, they don't condemn Israel, whatever that case may be. When we sit here and we're saying that we're speaking for the majority right now, that's not even close to true, because behind me, there's about 60 people, okay? So there's 24,000 people in the city of Kingston that never had a voice. Most people don't come to council meetings, as you know, and that's a shame. It really is. And shame on the people who don't get involved. But at the end of the day, your constituents will hold you responsible individually for putting a signature on something that maybe they don't believe in. Elections have consequences. I just don't think it's our place. We could post on the walls, every place in this building. We could put billboards up, ads in the New York Times that Kingston condemns Israel. It's never going to make a bit of difference. It's going to go on. There's nothing we can do to stop it. As sad as it is, we have no control. At the end of the day, though, your constituents are everybody in your wards, prospectively. I was pretty strong in my email to the council, right? And I do thank Alderman Tierney for answering me. He was the only one. I just don't think it ever should have been brought to the table. And I also commend Alderwoman Edwards and Alderman Shabbat for being no on this, only because, not that I'm saying it's wrong. What I'm saying is it's not our place. Because at the end of the day, when it hits the newspaper, that's when your constituents will see, hey, wait a minute, they voted on a resolution against Israel. And the ones who don't support it will be there in the end someday when election day comes, and vice versa. We don't make a difference. It's a personal opinion. And we're drawing lines in the sand as far as personal belief in a hometown of Kingston. I think it's reckless. I think you should abandon it and maybe come up with something where we say we condemn world hatred. We condemn world war. Those types of things. But don't generalize it to that region, because at the end of the day, nobody on this planet has been more persecuted than the Jews. Nobody. And there's no getting away from that. I would urge you to go carefully and rethink this. I thank you for your time.
Is there
Hello, my name's Frida Flores Reininger. I live in Woodstock, but I am definitely a part of the Kingston community. I've been sitting here for a few hours now, and I really don't like speaking in front of large groups, but I think it's clear that every voice matters, obviously, and I just want to say a ceasefire is important. We're talking about children's lives. We're talking about people who are getting killed. It makes me sad that this is something people have to justify. It's a genocide. This has happened before. My generation, a lot of younger people who are here today speaking on behalf of this, we're fighting for our future. We're fighting for the future of children right now. And all I see in some elders who are here is anger. I'm not here to be angry. I'm here to get the message across that lives are being lost every single day and every little part matters. I noticed that the judge doesn't seem to want to make eye contact with a lot of the people who are speaking up here. And I think it's important that you're here to listen and acknowledge the importance of this situation and the people of this community who are coming here on whoever knows what's going on in people's lives to speak to you. And we hope to see change, please, because children are dying and a genocide is happening in front of all of our eyes. And we have screens we can watch it on. Do your research. All it takes is to see one video of a kid bleeding out on the ground to understand how evil and wrong this is. And if you can't see that, then there's no point in arguing. Because if you can't see a child dying, a mother losing her 5 children in one single night, in one entire families being wiped out in one night. If you can watch that and still find some way to justify a genocide, then there's not worth anything being said. Thank you. Have a good night.
She gave up her time. Hello, my name is Grace Collins, and I have the privilege of secure housing. I own a home in Ward 3. Pass the ceasefire resolution. Thank you. Please pass the good cause eviction law. Thank you. I won't reiterate my previous statements. I have been here 2 times Now, on behalf of the Good Cause Eviction Law, this is my third time for the ceasefire resolution. They're all very valid points. Many of them have already been made again here tonight. So I would like to personally address the alder people restricting these resolutions. I don't know if you've picked up on this yet, but Kingston is the home of incredible community organizers. I've been living here for a while now, but my background is from San Francisco and Oakland. That's where I was born and raised. And so the bar is really high for me on community organizing. And this community has raised the bar that much higher. So that's who you're dealing with. And we will organize to elect alder people who share our values if you continue not to. And while you sit in your privilege and deliberate over semantics, innocent children are dying with our tax dollars, and ecocide is happening with our tax dollars. So do your job and represent us. Being centrist will not get you reelected. Show us your humanity, or your constituents will show you the door. Thank you.
Anyone else?
What's up, y'all? My name's Jason Nietzschman. I'm actually from Middletown, New York, but I drove about 50 minutes to come here today because I want to be part of the political process. A little bit about me. My name's Jason. I've been an advocate in my community for a while, having served as an outreach worker for our local homeless shelter, Honor, and now as a care manager through another local nonprofit. I will say that rent increases have outpaced wage increases in our community, much like the rest of New York. The median rent for one-bedroom properties in Middletown is close to $1,800. Our shelter system is full, and hundreds of hotels are overflowing. We have 3 to 5 year wait lists right now on housing, with homeless families living in hotels for years, many of whom are working class and some of which have several jobs, and they're trying to put food on the table for their families. There are so many vulnerable people who are being evicted left and right, and for no cause of their own, but because of greedy corporate landlords and property developers from the city that are stealing our community and pushing local residents out. So for this reason, I support Good Cause, and I hope you do too. And I also want to say, for the folks who are pushing for a ceasefire, myself included, this is the same group of educators, young people, Jewish folks, all religions alike, who are just outside chanting, "Free Sudan, free Congo." We're all about collective liberation. So anyone trying to distort the message, they're wrong for that. I myself, I have a master's in public health, and I care about the scientific process and how we know what we know is true. And one thing is unequivocally true: this is a genocide. Amnesty International, Doctors Without Borders, B'Tselem, all have issued reports highlighting violations of international law by Israeli forces, including excessive use of force, unlawful killings, arbitrary arrests, detentions. Over 50,000 people are dead. We have over 21,000 children who are missing, many of which are trapped under rubble. All of us have seen the same footage, and I know many of you have too, because you've been going through the motions with this for months, as many of these people have. So please make the right choice tonight. For a lot of the people here, this is the only form of real action we can take locally and politically. So please don't kill this energy. Americans are already so cynical. How many of you are excited about Biden versus Trump? Like, come on, don't kill this energy. A lot of young people and people who are concerned about their community are getting involved in the political process. You have a choice tonight to bolster that movement or to shut it down. Join the rest of the New York community like Beacon and Newburgh and pass the ceasefire.
Thank you. Your time's up. We need to take a break right now because we need to charge our computer. So we have a 5-minute break.
John, is that jeopardy? They're gonna vote. They're not gonna vote you out. They're voting you out. About $192 every 2 weeks. Boy, I'm gonna miss that. Woo-wee.
How's this work? How's this work?
You're picking up the tab. I thought you were doing it all.
No interaction. Sorry, Professor.
I enjoy hearing all their perspectives.
I always love that.
That's a real joy.
I would agree with you. It seems
But nobody's doing anything about kids. That's my thing. No one's doing nothing about kids. But they're from Middletown. But what about this? What about the guy sleeping on the bench? What about him? Did you ever see something about Plaza? Just as long as I don't say that this way.
As the Israeli government does, I think you support justice. You support justice. Now that the IDF has systematically for Palestinians, I can send you the link. The UN report just came out. Like you said, trust the government. Should be.
Let me see it. Yeah, no, we should. Just and then Palestine, there is no creative, there is no special. Israeli.
All right, council members, if you could make your way back to your seats, please.
That's what I'm supposed to have now.
Council members, please get to your seats. All right, we are back in session. We had 3 minutes on the clock for another speaker. Is there anybody else who would like to speak? Hearing no one else, I will close the public speaking portion of the meeting. And we're still waiting for 2 council members.
Excuse me? I think my friend's in the bathroom, but I think she was planning on talking. I don't know if you can wait a minute or if it's too late.
It's too late.
Too late.
Yeah, it was a 5-minute break over 5 minutes ago.
Oh, thank you. It's fine.
We're closing the public portion of the meeting. You're welcome to stick around for the rest of the governing process. If you decide to leave, please make your way down the stairs quietly. We're now entering into claims and communications. Hearing no discussion, they'll be on file in the clerk's office. Can I get a motion to dispense with the second reading of the general bills and pay same? Motion by Rennie Scott Childress, second by Jeannie Edwards. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is adopted 8-0. We're missing Steve Shabbat for the record. Well, we're missing the vote. We now enter into the report of committees, starting with resolution number 101, I believe. Yes, 101.
Resolution 101 of 2024, resolution of the Common Council of the City of Kingston, New York, authorizing the mayor to submit an application to the New York State Empire State Development Strategic Planning and Feasibility Studies Program in the amount of $100,000 for a citywide parking study project and to execute any and all related documents.
On the question, Alderman Rennie Scott Childress.
I'd just like to clarify, Madam President, that these first several resolutions are not actually dispersing any amounts of money. These are approving applications for various projects. So we're not voting on these projects. We're not signing this money either. This will only be an issue of money if we win these particular grant requests.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing no further discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Resolution is adopted 8-0. Moving to resolution number 102, please.
Resolution 102 of 2024, resolution of the Common Council of the City of Kingston, New York, authorizing the mayor to submit an application to the New York State Office of Parks and Recreation and Historic Preservation Program in the amount of $150,000 for the Rondout Lighthouse Foundation Engineering Planning Design Project and to execute any and all related documents.
On the question? Hearing no discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Resolution is adopted 8-0. Moving to resolution number 103, please.
Resolution 103 of 2024, resolution of the Common Council of the City of Kingston, New York, authorizing the mayor to submit an application to the New York State Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation Parks Program in the amount of $675,000 for the Kingston Neighborhood Skate Park project and to execute any and all related documents.
On the question? Hearing no discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution is adopted 9-0. Moving to resolution 104, please.
Resolution 104 of 2024, resolution of the Common Council of the City of Kingston, New York, authorizing the mayor to submit an application to the New York State Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation Heritage Area Program in the amount of $75,000 for the Rondout Gardens Community Park Plan project and to execute any and all related documents.
On the question? Hearing no discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution is adopted 9-0. Moving to resolution number 105, please.
Resolution 105 of 2024, resolution of the Common Council of the City of Kingston, New York, authorizing the mayor to submit an application to the New York State Environmental Facilities Corporation Climate Smart Communities Program in the amount of $125,000 for a citywide sidewalk study project and to execute any and all related documents.
On the question? Hearing no discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution is adopted 9-0. Moving to resolution number 106, please.
Resolution 106 of 2024, resolution of the Common Council of the City of Kingston, New York, authorizing the mayor to submit an application to the New York State Department of State Local Waterfront Revitalization Program in the amount of $255,000 for the Kingston Local Waterfront Revitalization Comprehensive Plan update and to execute any and all related documents.
On the question? Hearing no discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution is adopted 9-0. Moving to resolution number 107, please.
Resolution 107 of 2024, resolution of the Common Council of the City of Kingston, New York, endorsing support for the Center of Photography at Woodstock Incorporated for a grant from the Housing Trust Fund Corporation administered by the New York State Homes and Community Renewal for the New York State Main Street Program.
On the question? Hearing no discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution is adopted 9-0. Moving to resolution number 108, please.
Resolution 108 of 2024, resolution of the Common Council of the City of Kingston, New York, authorizing the mayor to submit an application to the Dormitory Authority of the State of New York for New York Swims grant in the amount of $5,200,000 for the Kingston Swimming Facilities Upgrades Project and to execute any and all related documents.
On the question? Hearing no discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution is adopted 9-0. Moving to resolution number 109, please.
Resolution 109 of 2024, resolution of the Common Council of the City of Kingston, New York, authorizing the mayor to submit an application to the New York State Environmental Facilities Corporation for a green resiliency grant in the amount of $4,325,400 for the safe and accessible Flatbush and Foxhall project and to execute any and all related documents.
On the question? Hearing no discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution is adopted 9-0. Moving to resolution number 110, please.
Resolution 110 of 2024, resolution of the Common Council of the City of Kingston, New York, recommending the approval of a 2024 budget transfer in the amount of $200,000 from fund balance to allow the city to improve the pavement conditions on Broadway from Foxhall Avenue to Delaware Avenue.
On the question, Alderwoman Michelle Hirsch.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to thank the council for supporting this resolution to repave part of Broadway in Ward 9, which is sorely needed in very bad disrepair. So thank you. I'll be a yes.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing no further discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution is adopted 9-0. Moving to resolution number 111, please.
Resolution 111 of 2024, resolution of the Common Council of the City of Kingston, New York, authorizing a 2024 budget transfer in the amount of $77,500 from fund balance in the city clerk's budget to cover the expense of shortfalls in office supplies and judgments and claims.
On the question, hearing no discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution is adopted 9-0. Moving to resolution number 112, please.
Resolution 112 of 2024, resolution of the Common Council of the City of Kingston, New York, adopting the standard workdays for elected and appointed officials in the New York State retirement system.
On the question, Alderman Michael Tierney.
Thank you, President Schott. So this resolution is the hours that we catalog to opt into or to accrue hours in the New York State retirement system. And submitting retirement hours admittedly feels quixotic for someone like me to believe that 40 more years of neoliberal market policies will allow me to retire or that we will have a habitable planet by then. But I rise to speak on this resolution because this is the blood on our hands. Our New York State retirement pension is what is investing in Raytheon, in Boeing, in Palantir, in Axon, in all these other weapons manufacturers that enable the United States government to be complicit in a genocide. So I really do not buy this because a lot of us here are or have been public employees. And so we are part of the New York State retirement system. And as many of us in our community are, because obviously New York State is a great place to work for, and I'm not saying that we should invest in our retirement system, but what our retirement system invests in is how Kingston taxpayers are contributing to the genocide in Gaza. I will be a yes on this resolution.
Anyone else? Hearing no further discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution is adopted 9-0. Moving to resolution number 113, please.
Resolution 113 of 2024, resolution of the Common Council of the City of Kingston, New York, providing guidance for the operation of the City of Kingston Zoning Working Group.
On the question? Hearing no discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution is adopted 9-0. Moving to resolution number 114, please.
Resolution 114 of 2024, resolution of the Common Council of the City of Kingston, New York, adopting the municipal public art policy.
On the question, Alderman Rennie Scott Childress, Alderman Bob Dennison.
I give a shout out to Kit Potter for doing a great job in preparing this. It's about time, and I think it's a noble work.
Alderman Rennie.
Ditto.
Okay. Okay, just next time, wait for me to call on you. So, thank you. If I make them follow the rules, we have to follow the rules too. Okay. And there was a clerical issue that was brought up in caucus because it's a clerical typo. I just wanted to clarify to everybody that we will get it remedied without an amendment on the floor. Anybody else on the question? Alderman Drew Andrews? Okay, lots of dittos. Anyone else? Hearing no further discussion, I will call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution is adopted 9-0. Moving to resolution 115, please.
Resolution 115 of 2024, an ordinance amending an ordinance in relation to the traffic of the public streets of the city of Kingston, New York, adding handicap parking on Shriver Court.
On the question, hearing no discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution is adopted 9-0. Moving to resolution number 116, please.
Resolution 116 of 2024, an ordinance amending an ordinance in relation to the traffic on the public streets of the city of Kingston, New York, adding handicap parking on Down Street.
On the question, hearing no discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Resolution is adopted 9-0. Moving to resolution number 117, please. And just before we get there, remember you only have 2 times to speak on an issue and 15 minutes total.
Resolution 117 of 2024, resolution of the Common Council of the City of Kingston, New York, to adopt a memorializing resolution calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire and uniting for peace.
On the question. Alderwoman Tarl Mickens.
Yes. I'll try to make this as brief as possible.
Can you rise, please?
No,
Thank you.
I'm a little tired.
I-
Again, I'll try to make this as brief as possible. So with this local ceasefire resolution, we seek to add our own voice, the voice of this small city of Kingston, to that of other municipalities demanding a ceasefire, that both sides lay down their arms permanently. We are demanding now that our tax dollars not be used to fund death. We as a community have recognized that we do not have the luxury of indifference or silence. As there has been an overwhelming number of Kingston residents that have spoken to and written so eloquently about the Common Council's obligation on behalf of our constituents to pass a ceasefire resolution. I am so proud of you all, and I thank you. Yet, we as the city of Kingston suffer no illusion that this resolution will affect the desired result or cause the dismantling of the military-industrial complex. But we want our local, state, and federal leaders to know that we know and we are watching. So after many hours of discussion, some heated, we crafted a resolution. It is, in my opinion, been reduced to pablum. As a resolution, I find it is intellectually insipid. But we have a ceasefire resolution, such as it is, and I will vote in favor of it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Drew Andrews and then Jeannie Edwards.
Hello, esteemed colleagues of the Common Council and fellow citizens. Today we gather to address an issue that transcends politics, borders, and ideologies. It's a simple matter of morality and our shared humanity. The ongoing conflict between Israel and Hamas has brought unimaginable suffering, especially to women and children and civilians. The devastation is both heartbreaking and unacceptable. This resolution is a declaration of our commitment to peace and our urgent call for the release of all hostages. We, as the Common Council, must stand united against all forms of violence. Every life is precious, and we must speak up against the innocent lives being lost in this conflict. In any conflict, The first and foremost step must be to stop the fighting and killing. Only then can we begin to discuss and work towards resolving the underlying issues. As a council, we are firm in denouncing all forms of racism, anti-Semitic, sexist, homophobic, Islamophobia, and discriminatory speech. Such rhetoric has no place in Kingston. We vow to take all threats posed by hate speech seriously. Let us not give in to fear and division sown by extremists. We must stay vigilant, protect each other, and remain united. This is a call, not for some of us, but for all of us as a community to stand together against hate and violence. Let's send a message to our local, state, and national representatives that the city of Kingston, our community, calls for a ceasefire and for the end of U.S. military support fueling the devastation. We call for peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderwoman Jeannie Edwards.
Thank you, President Schott. I stand with, and I want to thank my colleagues. I want to thank everyone that has come here to speak. Your voice is heard. And I really have a high respect for all my colleagues and for the people that have taken time month after month to come out here and express how they feel. I was elected in Ward 4 for local government, and I feel, or I experience, the homelessness, people sleeping on benches, the overdoses with fentanyl, children that are subject to things in Ward 4 that they're not subject into other places. It's almost like a war zone at times there. We've had shootings, stabbings, and people are going hungry. This is in your own town. This is in your community. When I took the oath to stand here to do the best job that I possibly can, it was for the city of Kingston, for the county, Ulster County, for New York State. And war is no good for anyone. You know, like, life is so precious, and I really find it hard to even listen to some of the stories, and each one has a different story, but the ending is always death. And that I'm like so shaky on. But I'm going to tell you something. Kingston is a great city, but we are being divided by making this resolution because we're taking sides. Because Israel has a side, Palestine has a side, Gaza has a side. The bottom line is, what are you doing in for your backyard? All this beautiful energy that I'm seeing, feeling, and understanding, why isn't this put towards mental health in our country? Why do we have homeless right here in Kingston? Why are there people going hungry right here in Kingston? And we stand here worrying about foreign affairs. Yes, we do have a voice with foreign affairs. But do you really believe in your heart that they're going to listen to Kingston, New York, as you have right up the street, someone sleeping on a bench tonight? And you talk about putting your head on your pillow? Well, you know what? We have a pillow. The people in your town, in your city, does not have a pillow. They do not have a blanket. They do not have a doctor. They have shoes that are falling. There's a lady walking up the street right now with socks on. And I find this really offensive that this is going on in Kingston. And then I hear about you're going to vote people out. Oh, my goodness. Well, you know what? Take a look at your backyard. Look and see, people. This is horrendous right here in your backyard. And I find it offensive that we can't take care of our own backyard, but we're looking into foreign affairs. When we had kids in cages, where are them children now? Nobody knows. Nobody cares. Nobody talks about them. There's not a resolution for them. American Indians don't have water on their reservations. They don't have infrastructure. They're freezing during the winter and they're sweating in the summertime. Let me say this clearly. The genocide has been to the American Indian and to the people that do not have.
That, you have to be, if you yell out again, I will ask for you to be removed.
I am standing here right now wondering where them children are. How many of them are getting trafficked? Where are they in them cages? I'm standing here right now from my community that I love dearly about the man sleeping on the bench because the rest of his family died. Or the child that has to see somebody shooting up because of addiction is so hot and rampant and fentanyl has taken our youth. That's why I'm here tonight. It's not that I'm against ceasefire. Of course I'm not. But I am for community, 100%. And I am for, let's take care of our own backyard before we start looking into everybody else's. Our grass is not green. We need to water ourselves, and we need to take a look at ourselves. Everybody could stand here and say all the eloquent words, but I'm going to tell you the truth. We should hang our head in shame because we have hungry right here in Kingston. We have homeless. We have mental illness that we have 5,000 beds for the whole state. Are you kidding me? There's about 4,000 right here in Kingston that desperately need it and want it, but they can't get it because we don't have medicine for them. We don't have room for them. I say deep in your hearts, war is horrible on everyone in every country all the time. People die unfairly. Children are getting blown up, but they're getting blown up here. And I'm going to tell you one thing. You're getting, these children with the arsenals are getting shot right in their backyards, right in their houses from their streets. Are we serious? I am very passionate about all of this, and it breaks my heart. And I love the energy that you people have given. I totally respect you. But I can't stand for this until you start fighting for Kingston. Start fighting for the children here. Start looking at what really matters. Because when the rubber meets the road, foreign affairs, they don't care about Kingston, New York. And if we don't start cleaning up our own backyard, who's going to do it for us? Start writing resolutions. Thank you. Thank you, President Schott.
That was your warning. If you keep yelling, officer, please have them removed. Alderman Michael Tierney.
Thank you, President Schott. And I don't doubt for a second the commitment of my colleagues to social and housing justice. And I appreciate the work that all 10 of us have put into this resolution to make it something that comes from a balanced perspective. What strikes me is that, and what was in the resolution that Alderwoman Mickens, Hirsch, Pasty, and I drafted, did include that we're constantly told over and over again by our federal representatives that we don't have the money for public transit, that we don't have the money to build public housing, that we don't have the money to provide for mental health services here in the United States, that we don't have the money for preventative health care, that we don't have the money or the will to get guns off the streets. But we do have money to pay Raytheon, to pay Palantir, to pay Axon, to pay Halliburton, to pay Boeing, all of this money in the world to kill somebody else. That is the problem that we have. That is what the purpose of this resolution is about, Madam President. It's about making sure that our livelihoods can be maintained here in the United States, that our lives can improve, that everybody has a roof over their head here in the United States rather than blast somebody's home in Gaza, which I would like to highlight is approximately the distance on 209 between Kingston and Ellenville. That is the scope of the world that we're talking about in terms of distance. It is the federal government's, the Netanyahu government can only conduct this genocide with the support of the United States. And this resolution is asking our federal representatives, of which we are the third largest municipality in the most contested congressional district in the United States, to say that we do not stand for war, we stand for peace, we stand for all those things that my colleague just talked about. We care. And that is the purpose of this resolution. It is to unite everybody in a commitment to community, from our neighbors here to our congressman to the President of the United States. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the question? Alderman Rennie Scott Childress. The floor is yours when you're ready, Rennie.
Yes, thank you.
Mark, we do have to keep those doors open, so you need to keep at least one. Sorry.
All right. Clearly, this is an issue that raises deep, deep emotions in people. It's also unusual for a foreign relations issue because it reaches right here into our city in ways that I think other foreign issues have not. For example, Maurice Schneider, who lives right over here on Albany Avenue, his sister was killed by Hamas on October 7th. His niece and her two children are still hostages. Whether they're alive or not, we don't know. We've also heard from a number of people who have relatives who've been devastated, if not killed, in Palestine, in Gaza. We recognize that this foreign policy issue reaches right into our community. We would all like to see the end of the conflict there. I don't think any of us disagrees with that. We might have some differences of opinion. We might have some reasonable disagreements about the definitions of certain words, colonization, genocide. But that's not for us to decide here. What is important for us to decide is how we as a community will work with each other. We don't need to be threatening each other. That's what people do when they come in from outside and they don't know us as neighbors. When we know ourselves as neighbors, when we know who our neighbors are, we recognize that we may have difficult discussions, but we look for ways to get through those discussions, just like we did on the Common Council. Some people developed an idea, they worked on it. Some other people had a different idea about how to follow through, and we worked very hard to come to some mutual agreement on that. Is this the end of this question? No. It's going to go on. And that means it's even more important for us to find ways to be able to speak to each other so that we can hear each other, so that we can actually understand what the other side is thinking. We've seen too much division on this issue here in our town, in lots of ways, on all sides. That's why we need to work toward better practices of listening. We need to work toward a common vision, and that means work, not just lip service. If you've paid attention to what this council has done, at least in the 8 years since I've been here, we have worked to bring this community to a better place. We've shared a lot of frustrations. We've shared a lot of very difficult fights. But we have brought more housing here. We have brought more affordable housing here. We're in the process right now of bringing even more affordable housing and looking at other ways to make sure on our docket tonight, we have several issues that are going to help us, we believe, to create a better place for the people who live in this community, people up and down the income spectrum. So we worked hard with this particular resolution. I want to point out it's not 3 resolutions, it's 1. It's one that we worked toward a compromise on. And that, I think, is what's really important. I'd like to note at least 2 key phrases. One is, we have the phrase unrestricted offensive military funding. That's open enough to refer to a number of different regimes in the world and in that area that do not treat their own people very well. Egypt, Turkey, Saudi Arabia. We are asking our federal officials, the ones who have control over those funds, to rethink the way that the United States wages peace, because it cannot be that we emphasize war to the extent that we do. We must look for ways to create peace. I'll also note the phrase mutually agreed upon ceasefire. That means that we understand that the United States cannot impose a ceasefire. We can certainly influence outcomes, and we may disagree on whether our current administration has followed the best practices. That's something for us to discuss, for sure. But we also understand that it's the parties in the region who must come to an understanding of ending the war and finding a way out of the destruction. I sympathize with what my colleague Jeannie Edwards is talking about. We've seen too much hurt in our town. People killing each other, people stealing from each other, people going hungry, living on the streets when they don't want to, people being forced out of their homes. We understand that. Look at our record and you'll understand that too. This is a time for us to think in terms of being a community. This is a time to think back to what Joe McDowell was talking about. When he talked about success, he wasn't talking about money. He was talking about that feeling, that process of working with other people to bring about a better world in which to live. That's what we hope will come out of this resolution, that we in Kingston will be able to think better as a community to work through some of these difficult practices, some of these difficult disagreements, and find a way to live with each other in harmony so that all of us have prosperity. I will be in favor of this resolution for those reasons.
Thank you. Anyone else? Alderman Steve Shabbat?
Thank you, Madam President. That was
Can
excellent.
you rise,
Renee.
Steve,
Oh, yeah.
please?
That was, I hate to even follow that. That was thought-provoking, emotional. Good job, Rennie. Since Rennie did the speaking, I just want to take a second to thank Rennie in particular as the majority leader. He led the discussions throughout this long ordeal. I've been at this a long time. I can honestly say there has been no memorializing resolution in my memory that has garnered this much discussion, this much revision of the legislation 3-4 different times. Rennie tried to come up with something that would please everybody, and we know that's not going to happen, but we appreciate the effort, appreciate everybody's input on this. It really showed a really nice ability for us to work together. I didn't really feel too much, or I didn't really feel any animosity. Everybody had their opinions here across the board. So I really appreciate everybody's effort here. And that's about all I have to say about that. Thanks. Thanks for everyone.
Thank you. Alderwoman Michelle Hirsch?
Thank you, Madam President. We're all very tired. And I just want to say that people are coming to us to pass something at the local level because they're not feeling heard by the administration in Washington. And they are coming to us because they elected us and we are their voice. So I'd like to thank my colleagues that have been uplifting this resolution. since the first one died in January. Thank you, Alderwoman Mickens. Thank you, Alderman Tierney and Alderman Andrews. And I will be a yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing no further discussion, I will call for the vote. If you could also raise your hands just so I could see, I would appreciate it. So all in favor? Opposed? Resolution passes 7-2. Thank you. We do have a lot more governing to do. You're welcome to stick around. If you do choose to leave, please do so quietly. Thank you. Moving to resolution number 118, please.
Resolution 118 of 2024, resolution of the Common Council of the City of Kingston, New York, endorsing support for the Kingston Land Trust's application for a grant from the New York State Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation Heritage Area Program for the Land in Black Hands Development Plan.
On the question, Alderwoman Michelle Hirsch.
Thank you, Madam President. This is just an endorsement for a grant application, and it's no cost to the City of Kingston. This is a really amazing project that is happening. This is transferring, the Kingston Land Trust purchased the last working farm in Kingston, New York. It was a 54-acre farm, and it is going into the Land in Black Hands program that is located in Ward 9. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing no further discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution is adopted 9-0. Moving to the first reading of local law, and since this is the first reading, there will be no vote. And again, if everybody could be quiet when they leave, it really transfers and it's hard to hear each other. Thank you. So first reading of local law 7, please.
Local Law 7 of 2024 of the Common Council of the City of Kingston, New York, adopting the 421p property tax exemption for the creation of new eligible housing units.
Moving to the second reading. Oh, did anybody want to speak to that, Steve?
Yeah, can I say something?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just want to take a second to thank everybody on the Housing Committee, especially Michael and Michelle. I mean, these guys did most of the heavy lifting on this. We had a lot of discussions about it, but believe me, these two put in a lot of work on these, I think three propositions here. So I just want to thank them in particular, but the whole committee as well. Thanks.
Thank you. No vote on this, but is there anybody else who wants to speak? All right, it will be back next month then. Second reading of local law number 5, and these will have votes.
Local Law 5 of 2024 of the Common Council of the City of Kingston, New York, prohibiting eviction without good cause.
On the question, Alderwoman Michelle Hirsch.
Thank you, Madam President. It's been like 5 years in the making that we've arrived at this opportunity to lawfully pass good cause eviction. We've been granted the power to enact and set the portfolio size as we see fit. In this local law that we are voting on tonight, we would be setting a landlord portfolio size to no more than 1 unit, which means 2 or more units owned by a landlord in Kingston or anywhere else in the state would be protected by good cause. This portfolio size makes the most sense to protect as many Kingston tenants as possible, given that 60% of our apartment units are located in buildings that are 1 to 4 units in size. Small landlords will still be protected because if a building is owner occupied, the first 10 units in that building are exempt. Good cause eviction will only protect tenants in owner occupied buildings if there are more than 11 units. Good cause eviction does not cap rents, but sets a threshold of 5% plus the consumer price index of 3.45%. which creates a generous rent increase of 8.45% if a landlord chooses to do so. So much, the landlords are in favor of this so much that Rich Lanzarone of the Hudson Valley Property Association signaled his support of this increase when he asked our rent guideline board to set a 8.45% rent increase on ETPA buildings this year. This version of good cause eviction is still much more in favor of landlords than tenants than the previous version that this council passed in 2022, in which owner-occupied buildings covered were only for 4 or more. By state statute, this version of the law exempts buildings built after 2009, which will not impinge on our building more housing, new or large construction, townhouses, or ADUs. This law also sunsets in 10 years. The city is still experiencing large rent increases, with many families experiencing evictions, displacement, and very long occupancies in emergency housing. The average stay prior to 2019 was 6 months, and now the average stay is 3 years. One significant way to decrease our unhoused population is to keep people from being evicted from the homes that they are in now, where they live now. And I call on my colleagues to join me in calling for good cause eviction to pass into local law with a portfolio size of no more than 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Alderman Rennie Scott Childress? Scott Childress?
Whoever I am at this hour. I also am in favor of this lower number. The main reason is because I feel like New York State is almost requiring us to do this. The New York State rule, as they set it out, is 10 units or more. And if you've read the law, in order to figure out if somebody owns 10 units, it could be 10 units in New York State. How do we find this data? It's really, really difficult to do at a number above the one that's in our legislation. That's why I'm in favor of this, because I think it's the only way to work with the law in order to achieve the goals of the law itself.
Thank you. Anyone else? Alderman Drew Andrews?
I want to first thank you all for all the work that you guys have been doing, even before we got here, to even make this possible. I support, and thank you, Madam President, but I support a strong good cause eviction law. I understand the importance of making sure that our city remains accessible and affordable to all members of our community, regardless of their income or profession. I am in full support of enacting the strongest good cause eviction law to protect tenants from unfair rent increases and unjust evictions. It is important for the stability of our neighborhoods that everyone has access to safe, secure, and affordable housing. I will do everything in my power as alderman and community member to advocate for the adoption of this comprehensive, or in support of the good cause eviction law that provides acceptable protections for all eligible tenants in Kingston. And I appreciate our community for their engagement and support of this very important issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderwoman Jeannie Edwards?
I want to say thank you for protecting our tenants. It's most important. Our neighborhoods are changing right now, and we're losing a lot of people that have been here generational. So I'm in favor of this, and I thank all the aldermen for doing the work, especially Michael Turney and Michelle Hirsch. That was a lot of input that they had to put on it for quite a few years, and thank you very much.
Anyone else? Alderman Michael Tierney?
Thank you, President Schott. Yeah, this local law will provide basic tenant protections to thousands of our neighbors. It was really critical to set the portfolio size to 1, not only for the enforcement policy that the majority leader highlighted, but also because, as Alderwoman Hirsch cited, 60% of our tenant neighbors live in buildings of 1 to 4 units. Those are buildings excluded by ETPA, which kicks in at 6 or more units, built before 1974. And this protects buildings up to 2009. And I think it's of critical importance to mention how important having a stable home is to every aspect of someone's life. We have consistently heard from the county that the stay in emergency temporary assistance at DSS motels outside of Ulster County now has extended from what was pre-COVID to 6 months to now almost a 3-year stay in motels of extremely low quality, which requires challenges both for our community, for children who now need to be bused by our school district, by the Kingston City School District, all the way from places like Middletown and Catskill, which just further raises the cost of living through property taxes here in Kingston on everybody else. So this is not only smart housing policy, this is smart public health policy, this is smart education policy, and it really allows us to retain our community and keep a roof over people's heads and ensure that peace of mind that they're not going to be kicked out of their home because they ask their landlord to replace an outlet or take out the trash more frequently or remediate the lead paint in the building, because again, these are smaller buildings of largely older stock. So I thank every single one of you. I think a special shout out goes out to Alderwoman Hirsch for her consistent advocacy for this. I think it also is important to recognize the hundreds of members of the public who have been contacting us about this every month for years now. And a special thank you to Jenna, Bravin, Naomi, Michael McKee, and the people who have really worked us through this. And of course, this would not be possible to have at this expediency without the what felt like constant updates from Assemblymember Shrestha on the ongoing negotiations and changes to this policy so we could hit the ground running as soon as the budget was passed. So this was really a community effort of all of us and so many important members of Kingston. So thank you all.
Anyone else? Hearing no further discussion, oh, sorry, Alderwoman, sorry, my stutter comes
That's
out
okay.
past 11 o'clock, a little bit more
No, I know,
exasperated.
it's getting late, so I'm
Alderwoman
not going to,
Scarpasti.
my colleagues have been so eloquent about this that I'm not going to add any more words to it other than to say that I support this. So thank you all. Thank you for the work that you've done, and to the people in the community too who have reached out to me. And again, I support this.
Thank you. I'm sorry for missing you. Hearing no further discussion, sorry, my stutter does actually get worse late at night. I will call for the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Local law number 5 passes 9-0. Moving to the second reading of local law. Oh. Thank you. And again, if you're leaving, I ask that you leave quietly. Thank you. Moving to second reading, local law number 6, please.
Local Law 6 of 2024 of the Common Council of the City of Kingston, New York, opting into 421P real property tax law exemption for the creation of accessory dwelling units.
On the question, hearing no discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? You guys good? Yes? Aye. Opposed? Local laws adopted 9-0. Moving to the second reading of local law number 8. If you could take the signs with you. Thank you. Second reading of local law number 8, please.
Local Law 8 of 2024 of the Common Council of the City of Kingston, New York, establishing a community preservation plan fund and creating a community preservation fund advisory board as authorized by General Municipal Law, Section 6S, for the purpose of preserving natural, scenic, historic, and open space resources within the city.
On the question, hearing no discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Local law is adopted 9-0. Moving to second reading of local law number 9, please.
Local Law 9 of 2024 of the Common Council of the City of Kingston, New York, adopting a community preservation project plan.
On the question, hearing no discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Local law is adopted 9-0. Moving to the second reading of local law number 10, please.
Local Law 10 of 2024 of the Common Council of the City of Kingston, New York, to protect the water quality of the City of Kingston's drinking water, preserve working farms, establish parks and recreation areas, and protect historic resources and natural areas by creating a 1.25% real estate transfer tax on the conveyance of interests in real property in the city, with revenues from this tax to be deposited into the City of Kingston Community Preservation Fund, which may be matched by state and federal funding and which will require full public disclosure of all spending.
On the question? Hearing no discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution is local law is adopted 9-0. That concludes our communications. But before we conclude our meeting, does anybody have, who are you pointing to? Steve, Alderman Steve Schatt, I probably should
Yeah,
have.
thank you. I know the hour is late, so I will try and cut this down, although this is in memory of Uncle Willie, William Gouldy, who died recently. I could go on and on for days telling stories about Uncle Willie, but I won't. Uncle Willie served in the Navy, came to Kingston. Among his many, probably unofficial duties, I guess, he ran for mayor of Rosendale. He lost. He was the unofficial mascot of, he still was up until he passed, the unofficial mascot of the New York Yankees, owner of numerous, I'll mention a couple, but I have no idea how many bars and taverns he owned. The Well was his most famous, the Astoria, the Yacht Club, Uncle Willie's, and he loved being there. He loved being with people. He loved having music there. He was always jumping in with the band and talking. He provided a lot of places for area musicians to play who probably otherwise wouldn't be playing. He was one of the founding members of the Rosendale Street Festival and parades. Uncle Willie loved a parade. He was in every single parade there is in Kingston, often leading the parade. He was the starter for the St. Patrick's Day run, the St. Patrick's Day parade. He loved it. He was just a natural at it, and he loved it. He does leave behind, unfortunately, his daughter Bee, and Bee's mother Elizabeth, his brother Tom. He was predeceased within the last year or so by his brother Kevin and also his sister. So we're gonna miss you, Uncle Willie.
You definitely brought joy to Kingston. Yep. Anyone else? Hearing no one else, I will take a motion to adjourn. Motion by Bernie Scott Childress, second by Drew Andrews. All in favor? Anyone opposed? We hereby stand adjourned until the next regularly scheduled meeting on Tuesday, August